これで声入ってる。最悪、声入ってなかったね、今。こんばんは。ごめんね、声入んないとこだった。うん。よかったらチャンネル登録と評価。俺飲み物足りるかな。まあいい。昨日あんま飲まなかったんだよね。こんにちは。こんにちは。なんか部屋くそ暑いんだけど。今だから昨日の予選見てよ。マジです。昨日の予選でも見ながら待ってよ。クイジーベノが強いけどそうはいませんと。めっちゃ熱い。ラークさんの立ち回り見るか。かっけえチャンピオンアクス。ラークさんって人強いね。めっちゃ強いよ。当たり前で。ラークさんは待って FNCS チャンピオンやからな。一番最近のラクさんはマジで強い。てかね、バモスの時から強かった。バモスの時からクソ強かった。フラッシュパッド持ってるんや。わあ、だけど今日俺ゾーン飲んだからね。眠気対策は今んとこバッチリだけど。 眠気対策はちなみにバッチリ。俺はもうゾーン飲んだから。エナジードリンク。こいつ寝るんだね。試合終わったら寝るけどね。けどこれからだから、あと40分後。安いだろ。おいまでよ。今日からエイムさんとか来るからガチ頑張ってほしい。エイムさんとかウィキシーさん来るからな。とりあえず予選突破。日本勢全員。してほしいな。うわ。とりあえず日本勢突破してもらって頑張ってほしいね。あ、じゃあ始まるまで暇やな。始まるまでが暇。1試合目アンチやばかったもんな、これ。BGM いらないか。鳴ってんのか知らんけど。 めっちゃ部屋暑い。なんで ?PC ついてる。マジね、PC ついてる部屋ね。マジ、冬場は寒い時はいいけど、まだ午前中は暑いから。結構ね、暑い。やばい。まだ始まんないよな。まだだね。一応あと10分ぐらい。この試合終わったら始まるかな。これさっき独り言してたし。これなんですか？これ昨日のです。始まるまで昨日のを振り返ってる感じ。まあ今日岸井さんとかが一番辛いと思うよな。やっぱ言語の壁っていうのがあるけど、やっぱシールドブレーカー持ってるんや。強いのかな。みんなの武器見るか。終盤のフラッシュポット、スナイパー、ロケット、ベノ。オキス一人なのマジかわいそうだよな。きつすぎね。オキスずっと一人なんだよね。辛そう。いいとは。いいと SMG なんだ。移動系ない。でこ。意外とまあクラッシュパッド持ってる人といない人がいるね。結構分かれる。そう。ケースさんこんばんは。 チャージが132だから戦いに行くのか。うげちゃぴんさんこんばんは。まだ始まるのはあと10分ぐらいあるけど。まだ始まるまではね、ちょっと時間あるね。けど、この試合終わるくらいに多分ね、配信が始まると思うから、公式配信を見ます。もうそろそろあると思うんで。今日はもう寝るんでアーカイブ見ます。はい。おやすみなさい。時間も時間だもんね。朝の、だけどね、結局、4時とかまで行ってたけどね、惜しい。惜しい。4時とかまで行ってたけど、3時くらいにね、最終試合終わったよ、確か。その後はもうね、俺も眠かったから配信やめて寝たけど。強っ。だけどこれザゴさんを蘇生できなかった。蘇生できるの？資材がね、これよくね、狙われそう。これ狙ってるわ。行くか。うわー、グロテスクシーンです、絶対これ。ザゴさんが。うわだー。それそうなっちゃうよな。ずっと見てるわ。怖すぎ。1試合目からメガシティやんちゃったからな。だいたい12時から1試合目が始まって、終わったのが3時くらい。間のハーフタイムが意外と短くて、今回良かったですね。前の世界大会より断然いい。だいたいハーフタイムが何分だっけな？ 5 分とかですぐ始まって意外と。で、それで、試合見れて5試合なんで、意外とあっという間に試合が気づけば5試合とか終わってましたね。資材ないの。そろそろ公式っていうか、公式も見れんじゃない？来た。よし、じゃあ試合抜けて待つか。試合抜けて待つか。OK。フルスクリーンはいいな。オリオン見せといて、とりあえず。どうしよう。これ何モード？なるほどね。これいいじゃん。見切れちゃってるから、バモスウィン。 いいね。この始まるまでが長いんだよ。いや今何してんの？この時間って今みんな何してんの？世界大会入場シーンとかね、始まる前めっちゃかっこいいから。始まる前、めっちゃかっこいいからね。すごいよ。昨日気づいたら寝てました。レラックスさん。レラックスさんかな。そうだよね。昨日ね、気づいたらマジ、ベッドとかで見てたら多分寝ちゃうよね。なんかこれそれがあった。ゆきしーさんは誰と出るんですか？出るの。俺も読み方がわかんないけど、カービィさんみたいな。これ一気に俺が。これちょっと画面拡大してこれ。はい。読み方がわかんない。あ、リラックスさんであってる。ごめん。あ、グリムさんだ。ほら、この読み方がごめん、ちょっとわかんない。なんて読むの？カービィ、ちょっと海外で名前わかんないよな。読み方。って方だと出ます。店員さんたちは、アルさんたちがこっちに移動して。まあ、ちょっと怖いのがやっぱね、メガシティやな。まあ、でかいけど。僕ですか？まだ、間に合う。セーフ。セーフです。セーフですよ、セーフ。歴史さんの初動、自分の前の CCC の固定と同じ。ガチ？読み方はどうなんだろうね。違ったりするのか。画質がたまに悪くなったりするんで。進んでないし、これ。これ、やめよう。なるほど。画質が悪くなる。 じゃあ画面がなんで黒田さんはなんかビザっていういろいろね飛行機の関係があって、なんか今日調子悪い。ちょっと待って。おい、ちょっと待って。頼む、動いてくれ。だからビザっていう飛行機とかいろいろ関係があるんですよ。大丈夫？うるさい？
And just like that, we are right back in it.
Stain and Data's landing directly on top of Seti and Cammy. Cammy finishes the job. They strike back. Zacor, he knows he's got a couple opportunities here. It's all or nothing now. One shot will be it, but no. Shari take home the second game now alongside Giras. This sounds like you are ready. I am too.
This is looking like Acorn and Cold's game for the taking.
これやばかったね。強かったね。
It's still going, but NA takes the game. Acorn and Cold.
俺ゾーン飲んだから。俺ゾーン飲んだからね、眠気なかった。強いね。うわ。Oh my god。出すぎだな。なんかガスあるよ。
On the high ground, it's Yamzo and Rise. The threats doesn't get again, trying to go ahead and keep him and Booga's dream alive.
And we are seeing one of NA's finest with a victory royale for the day closed.
Remember, we want to end the day in top 25 to go straight on through to Sunday. Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Global Championship. This is day number 2. Yesterday, we watched the upper bracket face off, and from there, the bottom 25 moved on here. Not only will we see them compete, but the 25 doing for the last chance major will also take the stage. And once again, the goal is the same. Top 25 to make it to grand finals. Joining me here on the analyst desk is Vivid, it's Mini Minor. My boys, how are we feeling in day number 2? FNCS Global
ザファイトがさ、32分ってことはさ、あと30分で始まるよ。もう11時半から始まるよ。
We pretty much got everything that we really wanted, right? A lot of action. Those 5 games were just packed full of stuff.
だってあとザファ昨日ねザドロップだった。僕今日ザファイトだから戦うって意味だからあと30分後に始まるよ。
Every party yesterday. Today's gonna be even more crazy. We have the lower bracket, the final chance for.
でも部活あるのに見たい。今知らないなそれは。アーカイブ残すからね。なんかと思ったんだけど。なんか今日画質がすごいひどい。
Get hype. All the viewing people from home, they will get hyped.
今日画質が。
Well, especially, you know, some of our French community over here in the stand.
There they are.
That's right. Y'all feel free to go wild. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all.
画質が悪い。
Now, as we start to kind of focus in on the competition, many names looking to try and make that top 25. I wanted to ask you guys before we kind of get rolling, how do we feel about the competition today? So obviously we had a bottom 25 yesterday. Is the pressure different coming into the lower bracket?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Yesterday, it was like, hey, you know, if we didn't make it through to the finals, we got tomorrow. Now, there's no more of that, right? We have an elimination day on our hands. The bottom half of the teams today will be going home. And of course, the top 25 going straight into those finals. Can't wait to see what our final 50 looks like.
Yeah, and of course, we have some teams that did play yesterday as well. So they have had experience under these lights in this arena and in this environment. So they might have a little bit of an upper hand onto those that just came in today. I'm excited to see how that dynamic works throughout the day. Will we see some teams doing better because they have that experience? But we have an entirely different lobby here, an entirely different drop map. Anything can happen.
So much to talk about, but first, we wanted to make rounds. We got to see what is going on around the arena. Let's head on up to our casters for them to say hello.
Thank you so much, Zeke. This
おっと
has been
いや同じ人
amazing
だ
so far, and it's
名
only
前
day
タコだって
2.
タ
It's
コ
gonna get bigger, it's gonna get better, and this lower bracket, I guarantee you, it is not gonna disappoint.
We keep talking about the stakes that are involved with trying to make it into that Sunday Global Championship final. But for these teams today, if there's anything that Day1 was able to teach us, it's the fact that that top 25 pretty much unpredictable. Anything can happen just about, and sometimes all it really takes is one good game.
Yeah, literally only takes one good
まあ
game.
楽しん
We've
でいき
seen
ましょう
teams
みたいな
qualify in Game 4. We saw teams qualify in Game 5. It was actually a couple of teams waited to the last minute to qualify. It was like a buzzer beater type finish, and I don't expect anything less here today.
And I think one of the most
誰
fun
が勝つか
aspects as well,
今日楽しみ
aside
で
from
す
the
ね
fact that this crowd has been absolutely electric all weekend long so far. I mean, the games haven't even started yet. You can hear MA and the Fresh community just going absolutely ham. They're not the only ones either. So many fans in the stands just cheering on these players. It is an absolutely phenomenal sight to witness.
Yep, and there it goes. We got our expectations here, but there's more around the arena. Frankie, what's going on down below?
So much is going on down below, my friends. I can hear the French fans behind me in full voice. And really, this truly is the FNCS Global Championship, because I've met fans today from all over the world, as well as mes amis de France. I have met someone from Italy, in fact, a whole family from Italy, a family from Kenya. We've, of course, got so many Danish fans who've turned out for Lucia and Steno today. Also, just across the pond, well, across the Brunn, we've got fans from Sweden, from the UK, and I can't wait to also hear what the fans from Japan and North America are going to say when their favorite duos take to the stage in just a short while, because everyone here is united by their love of Fortnite. And earlier, before the show kicked off, we had a practice of some cheers, and I think we should have a practice right now, Royal Arena. Can you give me a cheer for my friend Levin2K, please? Should we see if Levin2K heard you, Copenhagen? Because I believe he's in the Creator Lounge. Levin, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am in fact here.
この人めっちゃ身長でかいらしい。名前読み方わかんないけど、レイビンか、レイビン。
It's exciting to be here right now. I'm chilling in the creator lounge right now. I'm going to be talking
超身長でかいらしい、この人。
who've come from all over the world to speak to us today. Very, very exciting times for sure. But even beyond that, right? Yesterday's competition, wow, I was absolutely blown away. The fans were electric, like Frankie's been saying. People from all over the world coming up to watch this competition. The players themselves were super hyped. Some of the high-level play we were seeing, Acorn and Cold blew away the competition throughout the day on the mid-ground, low-ground layers, what they were doing. But when it comes to today, everybody I've spoken to so far in the crowd is saying, we want to see clicks, we want to see clicks, we want to see Mr. Savage. Everybody's waiting for their favorite creators and pro players to show up big. And I really think those guys will, you know, when you look at how they've been able to perform throughout the year, they've had their ups, they've had their downs, but they've shown that they can perform under pressure. And there's so much pressure today. You know what they say, right? Pressure either makes diamonds or it bursts pipes. And there's a lot of pressure to be dealt with, but these guys can do it better than anybody else can. I want to see more hype from the fans, of course. We've already shouted them out. I feel like we shout out the same people. The M8 guys in the crowd, unbelievable. I want to hear them making some noise. But look, for me, it's at the Creator Lounge. Back over to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much, Levin2K. Yeah, I mean, as Frankie stated, as all of us have stated, this is what this is all about, right? Coming together on one stage, six regions represented, players from just all over the world, different walks of life, all coming together for one thing, their love and their passion for Fortnite. And on top of that, at the end of the weekend, we'll have global champions.
Yes, we will indeed. And alongside a global champion, there's a lot of money to be handed out, Minnie, and I cannot wait to see who actually walks away with our first place prize pool. $1 million for the duo that rises above the rest.
$1 million. I haven't let that sink in yet somehow. $1 million going to our first place team. $500,000 each is absolutely incredible. $4 million total prize pool. But it's not just a prize pool.
Nah.
It is this. It is majestic. It is gold. It is glistening in all of its glory right in the center of the stage. Oh boy, this is something to play for, Z.
As always, big shout outs and thanks to our friends at Swarovski. But yes, every time these players sit down, they can look up and they can see that trophy. They are so close. Now today, it's about making it into the top 25. 5. And this is a task in and of itself. Let's take a look at some of the players we'll be seeing compete today. Remember, we had the bottom 25 from yesterday and 25 from the last chance major, so they will take the stage today. Just look at this list of names. And just the first 25, I mean, crowd, come on. Mr. Savage and Vidil. Thank you for being awake, crowd. We appreciate it. But so many names on this just first page. I mean, what does that say? Clicks? Clicks? An epic whale?
Clicks? Anyone know Clicks? Anyone?
オキス1人
One or two.
One or two.
アジアステインスタ
Absolutely amazing stuff, right? We're looking at the list of the duos that will be competing today.
ーダイヤモンさん
And you know, there's a storyline here for every single one of those duos. We gotta think about the year to actually make it here to the lower bracket, to Elimination Saturday. 3 majors, right? Your opportunity to get into the upper brackets all past. Last chance major. We'll see some of those duos compete for the first time on the stage today. But the elimination aspect of it, it's got to be weighing so heavily on the players' shoulders.
Yeah, and definitely. Every single player has a different storyline. Every single team has a different storyline as well, all doing it for different reasons under different circumstances. But the goal remains the same for every single one of these duos. Make it into that top 25 or you're going home. That's all that matters.
Well, let's start focusing this up. Let's talk about some duos. Let's start with BR. Why not? Bison, Kitos will be competing here today. Talk to me about what their journey has been like coming out of yesterday.
Bison and Kitos, we got to talk about them.
Yep.
This is one of only 5 returning duos from the FNCS Invitational, right? We talk about experience all the time. Oh, it's going to play into them, right? It's going to be helping them so much. With the lights, the fans being on the stage and stuff like that. And this is one of those duos that decided to stick together. And they had one heck of a year to justify sticking together, right? A 1st place, a 4th place, and a 10th place in each one of those majors. I mean, they've been doing very, very well. And then they slowed down with the upper bracket. That was the first time they've seen any sort of that happen. 35th yesterday. Can they pick it back up today?
I mean, this is one of the most experienced duos in the lobby. They have 7 FNCS titles to their name, the most out of any duo competing this entire weekend, not just in this lobby. So I think it was a bit of a disappointment yesterday when they didn't make it into that top 25. There was a few issues that they were having. Those early Storm Surge tanks weren't quite working out for them. Their rotation just to the east of that Eclipse Estate area, they were getting a little bit into a little bit of battles with Robin and Axe also saw there. So it was a really, really difficult environment for them to play in. Hopefully today things will be a little bit different because we do have a completely different lobby, it seems like.
Yeah, that's got to be my favorite part, right? You take a drop map of day number 1 and then of day number 2 in the lower bracket. You try and slam those together. It's chaotic. We continue the conversation about duos, though. Let's go on over to NA, Peterbot and Byla.
Strengths as a duo is our chemistry. We know each other's play style. We know how to play well off each other. We have good communication, and we're just always ready.
Yeah, I know him. He knows me. We're always ready for anything.
Peterbot and Byla. NA, of course, listen, I always throw in a little bit of a bias, so right now I'm going to do that. Love the story. I think it's one of my favorites coming into today, especially because this is a duo that has won an FNCS together back in Chapter 3, Season 2, over a year ago, actually. But after that, they were like, nah, we don't really want to duo anymore. And throughout this year, actually, Majors 1, 2, and 3, they were not a duo. And when you think about the timeline of the events this year, right after major number 3, a weekend later, we had the last chance major. So somehow, in between those 2 weekends, they were like, you know what? Let's join forces again. And they paired back up for the last chance major. And Mini, they absolutely crushed it.
I mean, what a performance that was. Watching that is absolutely insane. They came out in 1st place. And for Peterbot, he's been playing with a different teammate every single major. So to come through in last chance major and absolutely pop off, it's absolutely insane. He's gone, he played with Booger in major number 1. He played with Quanti. He's played with Larson. He seems to be playing with everyone. He might play with you soon, Vivid. Who knows? But that is what it's all about. I like this, though, because, of course, they're going back to what they know best. They won FNCS together. Why change things? Why split up? So now they're back together. They're playing good. And they're landing at Sanguine Suites. So we know that Booger and Threats qualified from there yesterday. If they do qualify today, could we see a little contestation in Grand Finals?
Man, I hope so. That's all I want. As much battling, as many off-spawn fights as we can see. That's what we're here for, is action. Now, crowd, I think you guys will be excited about this next duo. Mr. Savage and Vidil.
Duo?
For me and Vidil, I think we
Savage?
we managed to win the gold.
マジイケメンじゃね、サベージ。
Since we called last chance major as well, so it'd be like crazy comeback story, you know.
サベージガチでイケメン。
So yeah, it would be actually crazy, man. Like I don't know. I get the trophy. I'm happy then. This is like
yeah, the gold trophy.
Yeah, the trophy.
Gold trophy.
Gold
Maybe
trophy.
like gold.
I like gold, yeah. Maybe get,
yeah.
I think I go vacation after. I feel like no. This is a hard.
I'm going vacation no matter what. Big cheer for Mr. Savage there, wasn't it? Quite a loud one, and for good reason. Both of these guys have such great experience in the game, such a great fan base across the world as well, and a fantastic duo to highlight here because in Major number 2, remember, they only just missed out on qualifying by a single place. There was so much hype about this duo going into it with the amount of skill, the amount of experience that both of them have. It didn't quite happen for them in that Major number 2. So this is an important one for them because coming out of the last chance major, they had an incredible performance. So hopefully for them, they can continue that momentum.
Winning that last chance major on the European region. I actually checked into a little bit of a stat.
Fort
Mr. Savage,
Fortnite
he's been around for a while. I was like, you know what? How many in-person events has he been to?
14
the most out of anybody competing this weekend. So if we're going to talk about experience, we have to mention Mr. Savage. And honestly, I just love this duo so much because you know, throughout life, there's a lot of things that work on paper. And when we think about Mr. Savage and Video, Mr. Savage, very, very smart. Let's say, you know, he has the whole 200 IQ thing going on. Video, very, very good mechanically. And it just sounded like it would work. And I'm so happy that it has so far.
Well, you know what I'm excited about? It's an interview. Because guess what? Frankie is standing by with Mr. Savage right now.
I am indeed, and there are so many fans in the arena here in Copenhagen that, of course, we had to talk to Mr. Savage. 13 LAN appearances to your name so far. Do you feel like the experience of playing on LAN has changed much in the years since you've been competing?
I mean, obviously, yeah, the game keeps changing all the time, but yeah, I'm just excited to be here.
And tell me about your relationship with Vidil. He also has, I believe, 7 LAN appearances to his name, so you have so much experience under your belts. Has he taught you anything about performing well on LAN?
Well, I mean, Vidil has been a great duo. We've played together for a while now. If he's taught me anything to do on LAN, I think I have more experience than him, but, you know, yeah, he's a great duo.
There's always learnings to be exchanged. I want to ask about this year. It seems like sometimes in game you've been splitting off solo apart from each other, and it hasn't always worked in your favor. Can I ask about why that's been the strategy?
Well, it's just like claiming space on the map, trying to get surge on different people. So, I mean, that's basically the play we're going for, but, you know, it's risky. So sometimes it doesn't work out.
But the thing is, you don't like being contested. And if you are contested, you can get those Storm Surge tags early. Are you hoping to be contested today at Naughty Nets?
No, hopefully we're uncontested. I've been contested way too much. I'm done with it. So, yeah, hopefully nobody lands on us.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying 10 grand finals you've been contested at. If someone does drop knee today, would you consider swapping the spot?
No, we're landing Naughty Nets no matter what.
And what happens if someone comes to contest you off spawn?
I mean, do I even need to say anything?
I think you need to look down that camera and give them a warning.
Hey, nonsense. You better not be coming. That's all I'm saying.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. Don't come his way.
Oh man, crowd. I mean, Mr. Savage can hear you
一つの質問としては、右下のノッティネット売りですけど、ストームサージどうしますかみたいな。まあ、ただ打つだけみたいな。
That is right. We will be seeing more players and, of course, more Mr. Savage as the day goes on. Now, of course, as we're kind of talking about today, don't forget, tomorrow, Grand Finals. I have 2 very special friends coming by tomorrow for the halftime show, so you do not want to miss out on that. Let's talk about the format. What does this look like? So, if in case you missed out yesterday, we watched the upper bracket play. Today, we'll watch the lower bracket. From today, the top 25 will move on to tomorrow's Grand Finals. Again, pressure is on. For some of the duos, they're already coming in saying, okay, we didn't make top 25 yesterday. We have to go into tomorrow. Players in the lower bracket are thinking, we've now watched you play. So when you come to our turf, we have advantage. Do you agree? Disagree?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things to kind of consider. Obviously, all of the gameplay that happened in the upper bracket, it's all out there, right? Can be VOD reviewed in any sense. So a little bit of an advantage there. Anybody coming from the last chance major, we haven't really seen them play on the stage yet. But honestly, the one thing that I learned from yesterday is that since we are playing 5 matches and 5 matches only, it makes it come down to the wire, right? We saw many teams actually jump up into the top 25 just because of their performance in the last game.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen that. And we also saw how big of an impact these mid-match objective points have. We saw that make a massive difference today. And why not take a little look at the format as we do that? Of course, first place, 65 points for the victory.
That's right, 4 points for each elimination, and you'll get something for hitting that top 25. But I love that you call out the mid-match objectives. Yesterday was a bit of a weird one, right? A lot of these players didn't really play for the mid-match objective. I mean, yesterday we saw a solo player claim Rift Island, just completely uncontested. Why do you guys feel like this isn't prioritized more? Is it maybe just more of a grand finals thing?
I mean, yeah, throughout the majors, right, we saw a lot of teams actually being willing to contest for it, but it seems like now there's just a lot of respect given. Maybe the strategies haven't really been built around Rift Island because they don't want to go for something that is as risky. So usually whoever's the first one up there, they just get it.
It just comes down to experience, I think. It just comes down to experience on that island. You don't want to be trying to do things new. You don't want to think, oh, that's an island. That's worth 15 points. Should we try it? Should we give it a go? It's not worth trying to do that right now. I mean, we saw it yesterday in game one. Malibuka and Thomas HD went for it straight away. There was no hesitation whatsoever. So for this day, I'm expecting a little bit more hesitation because a lot more is on the line. They don't have another day to fall back on. It's now or never. So maybe we'll see less contestation on the line. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm so curious myself. Of course, we have players and they are excited. So let's go ahead and meet a couple of them. Check this out.
Falling through last chance major really put off all the pressure off our shoulders, and we were really happy. Yeah, I actually started crying right after we qualified because I was so happy.
We qualified through last chance because he solo clutched a big game. Absolutely nothing. And we kept it consistent.
Leading up to the last chance major, I wasn't that nervous.
Oh, what's stuff?
Qualifying through the last chance major was definitely a sign of relief. All year round, we were kind of close on the edge of it, and finally winning the last chance was a great feeling.
I was in my seat, like shaking. I'll be honest. Like I was like, all right, like this is actually about to be over. Like, he gets eliminated right now. And, you know, my duo, 6 FNCS wins.
Well, solo clutch.
Little solo clutch, brought it home. You know, the coach could get all mad, but at the end of the day, we qualified. We went to got some cookies, and he fed me the cookies. I fed him the cookies, and yeah, that's about it.
I think the advantages of being on day 2 definitely would be watching the games and seeing how they play, seeing how the lobbies would be, you know, and trying to like plan out the day before after watching the games.
E ver o primeiro dia, como vai ser o primeiro dia. A gente consegue ver como os players vão estar jogando, como que vai ser o meta, como que eles vão estar se posicionando, e a gente já vai entrar com uma visão pouco de como vai ser o campeonato no segundo dia.
I think a lot of people in the lower bracket can do a really good job. People like Clicks and Epic will definitely have a chance of winning the whole thing.
We're definitely in it to win. I mean,
I didn't fly 12 hours to 10-hour layover, another 12-hour flight to not win, you know?
People have never seen us, even if we are on top, people have always called us either lucky or just a one-time wonder, anything else. But I just know we are basically better than any of them, so that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the biggest tournament, so it will be the peak of my career if I could take this one home.
Coming from the lower bracket, people might underestimate us. Anything can happen.
You saw him there. Clicks, of course, as many of us are fans of. Let's talk about what it looks like for him over in Mega City, going up against Jamon, who played yesterday, but was in the lower half, the bottom 25. How can we expect this matchup to go?
It's going to be very exciting, right? We have two teams that are used to landing here. Of course, Clicks and Epic Will have made their home since coming together. We've seen this duo have a little bit of ups and downs in the cash cups when it comes to being contested or spawn. They haven't actually been performing too great, but sometimes when they make it out of there, they're actually able to find some Jamon and Yuma. Yesterday, they had a very, very interesting strategy. They decided to land there, uncontested on that northwest side. They didn't take very long there, though, Vivid. They didn't spend very long there at all. They were actually rotating out straight into the center of the map and trying to find storm surge tanks to go along. So I'm excited to see what they do today.
Yeah, I love the fact that you kind of bring up that point, because in order for that strategy to really work, you have to be uncontested, right? So I love the fact that you're bringing that up. But also, Clicks and Epic will also in Major Number 3 and the Last Chance Major, they were used to being uncontested as well. So I feel like the most recent experience for them also kind of involves that sort of scenario. So I feel like both of these duos are kind of going to be thrown off their balance a little bit when it comes to this, you know, fight at Mega City.
Yeah, two duos that are used to being contested. It's going to be great to see. And from Yuma and Jamon's perspective, I want to see a little bit more confidence from them. They were getting really, really good storm surge damage yesterday. 800 above, 5th zone, around that sort of stage. They were staying on the edge. In that particular situation, I want to see them getting more towards the center, being a bit more risky where they're positioning, because so far, although their rotation is a little bit uncharacteristic for a lot of teams teams that rotate around there, it seems like it's working out very well, so why not go the full way?
Well, guess what? Frankie is standing by with an interview with Jamin, so why don't we hear from him himself? Frankie, what you got?
I have got Jamin, and also I've got Marinus, who's going to be translating for us, because Jamin is from the Asian region, or more specifically from Japan, where all of our Asian duos have actually come to us from. First of all, thank you for joining me, Jamin. I would love you to tell us a bit about the playstyle from the Asian region.
日本代表のプレイスタイルってどんな感じですか？日本代表は安定した立ち回りが一番大きいです。It's a very stable region.
And so you're very balanced, and that's good to hear. It's your first international LAN. How are you finding your playstyle match against the other regions?
今回はその初めてのオフライン大会で、その他のリージョンの選手と比べてどうなると思いますか？プレイスタイル的に。やっぱでも他の地域一発でかいのが大きいので、それをしたいです。We'd like to kind of just get a lot of points in one go.
Yeah, and so how about the games today? So you'll be playing for a spot in tomorrow's Championship Sunday for the trophy. How will you change what you're doing today to make sure you qualify?
進出するために昨日と比べて今日どう変えますか、プレイスタイル？そうですね、リプレイとか見て研究してきたので、それを変えてやっていこうと思います。We've watched through a lot of replays, and so we've kind of used that, and we will kind of use that to change our play style today.
Well, Marinus, thank you so much for talking to me, and arigato, good luck. I can't wait to see how Yuma and Jamin do as they take to the battle bus later today.
Thank you so much,
Frankie.
Focused, right?
Playing
after yesterday, he knows what they have to do here today. They're aiming their target, top 25. Now, as we kind of continue, there's a couple more Ospawn fights we wanted to highlight here. Hamstu versus Datus. Now, Datus, same situation, played yesterday, but found himself in the bottom 25. What can we expect from this head-to-head?
Yeah, over at Frenzy Field, it's a very similar situation to the one that we just checked out, right? One team coming from yesterday, one team just coming in very fresh from the lower bracket, that last chance major in Pamstu and Fetch. And I'm going to be excited to see how this one actually plays out, because if we look at how Datus and Stain performed yesterday as it pertains to the all-spawn situation, game number one, they won against Cammy and Seti, right? And that was actually the only game where they actually made it into the end game and got any amount of points. After that, we saw in game number 5, they tried to switch it up as well, in which they tried to split the drop, but that didn't necessarily work out either.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult to split Frenzy feels like that. I think it is just going to be a full-out 50-50. We've seen Pamster, in fact, winning that a lot of times. They've been putting a lot of practice into that drop spot. The only issue that they have so far is the third parties that could be rotating on over. It's a very, very 50-50 drop spot. Even Pamster, in fact, they've tried landing in different areas in previous seasons, previous Cash Cups and weekly finals. And I think it was North Slappy that they were landing. It just didn't work out for them. So I do not see them giving this landing spot up because they know it so well.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, not to mention as well, Hamstone and Fatch, also a returning duo from Invitational. They played together in every single major, and we've actually heard it, right? They had to suffer through an injury throughout the year, which, you know, they lost some practice throughout some of the majors. All in all, though, I'm excited to see them perform today.
Yeah, they qualified to the last chance major. This could be their moment, right? They just need that top 25. Guess what? Frankie is standing by with them now to get their thoughts. Frankie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zeke. I was so excited when I heard that these guys had qualified for the Global Championship. I know, Fats, that you were not happy with your final result at the Invitational. So how does it feel to be getting to compete again here in Copenhagen?
It's nice to have another chance now to prove ourselves again, and like we got to qualify today, being contested probably again, and we've been conned the whole chapter, so we're pretty confident on our abilities off spawn, and then we just gotta do what we know how to do, and like we got this. Like
Are you expecting to be contested at Frenzy Fields today?
Yeah, we are, but I think we're very ready for them to contest us, so we're not really scared or anything.
How do you practice for being contested off spawn?
I think it's just by running a couple of 2v2s at Frenzy. We did that last night, so I don't think we're gonna have a problem today.
The two of you have been playing together for nearly 2 years, which is actually so rare in the Fortnite competitive scene. What is it that's kept you together?
I mean, we both speak the same language, and like we like each other, we play well with each other, and now like we're at some point being played together for like 2 years that we can like play with no comms and we'd be okay for like good part of the game. Of course, like at some point you gotta give information to your teammate because games are different every time. But yeah, we've just been playing together for so long, and it's weird to do a change now.
That sounds like we're Quebecois and there's not many of us, so we have to stick together. But I know that there's genuine love between you two as teammates. Can you tell me, Pamstu, about what it was like when Fatch did start to get his wrist injury at the end of last year, because he had to take a month out, but you decided to wait for him?
Yeah, Fatch had a wrist injury like around December. When he told me about it, I was kind of like upset, but I just knew that Fatch when he will come back, he will always be good. So I wasn't really stressed or anything, and I just waited for him patiently.
And now here you are in Denmark, and I know that you would like to say something to the fans watching around the world. And there are some French fans in the audience, maybe you could win them over. And I know you'd both like to speak, so if you'd like to take the middle spot, I'm gonna let the two of you speak to your fans.
Let's go les Québécois et les Français, on va gagner pour vous. On va essayer de mieux vous représenter au Québec, puis envoyez-nous de la force, puis les Français aussi, si vous pouvez nous aider un petit peu à passer aujourd'hui, ça pourrait aider, merci.
I think you might have won the French fans over as well as the ones watching you at home in Canada. Thank you so much for talking to me. I do believe our friend Levin2K right now is in the Creator Lounge, so let's see who he's got.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, we are in the Creator Lounge. He's here he is. There he is. Squatting Dog, such a funny fella, such a funny fella. It's actually your birthday, right?
It is my birthday, in fact, yes.
How are you celebrating your birthday?
Hopefully with Mama Benji Fishy and Kanata, because we're all sharing it.
Oh, wow. Wow. Lots of birthdays today. Well, hope you're having a wonderful birthday. A great place to be on your birthday. Tell me, how's it been so far? How are you finding the atmosphere here in the arena? All the fans? You met any crazy fans so far?
So many crazy fans. Everyone out here is fantastic. All of you. So fun to be around. The screen is massive. And I think this is going to be an event that we will all cherish for a very long time coming. So if you are here, we're so stoked you're here. This is a blast.
It has been really, really fun in there. I have to ask you though, is there anyone in particular you're supporting? Anyone you got your eyes looking out for? Of course, today is the lower bracket day, right? It's a lot more on the line. You know, some teams are going home. There's a
lot of pressure on the players. I think I'm looking for Kanata up there. Fan favorite of mine. And then I think when I talk to a lot of people out there in the crowd, they're saying Clicks, you know, and I think that's a common answer as well. So we hope the best for him as well, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Clicks is, you know, the guy that everybody wants to see well. I have to ask you though, right? You know, people want me to ask this, so, you know, this is coming like it's a very important question right now. How do you think you'd fare in a competition like this one?
Like this one?
Yeah. No more funny. Let's get to the serious stuff. Back to you on the desk, Zeke.
Dang it, Spawning Dog. Oh, love it, 2K. What a guy. What a character, that guy. But as you can tell, vibes are high here today. There is quite a bit of seriousness, of course, as some of these players are kind of looking to start getting themselves prepared. But it's good to break things up with a nice little laugh here and there.
Yeah, I mean, you put those two together, you're bound to get a laugh, 100%. That's why we love them. Levin, he's tough to be around sometimes. He's always trying to throw a joke.
He's tough to play duos with as well. So I think if they duo together, yeah, they'd be bomb.
Wow, Levin, way to not play duos with me. That's cool. Anyway, guess what? We are getting ever closer to starting the competition. Why don't we send it on up to our casters to get us prepped?
This has been phenomenal. Just to even start the show, the fans all over are erupting. And honestly, I expect the Royal Arena to open up at some point because they are going to blow the roof off this place.
Yeah, and to be completely fair as well, I think most of us would have the same reaction as Squatting Dog if asked that question, because these guys that are competing here today, I mean, we might be looking at the lower bracket matches, but these are still some top competitors.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone player has kind of an upper hand here today. Because if we seen yesterday, I think there's a couple players that we're seeing today that everybody would have predicted to be at the top of that leaderboard, taking a break on to Sunday. And that's one thing everybody has to get through their mind. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is earned.
And just like that, though, you have to keep in mind, everything has been building for this moment. These players have been waiting for their opportunity to find their seat on the battle bus for Global Championship Sunday. So we've got the stage set and ready to go.
来た来た。じゃあファイト。いやマジこれ変わってる。1日目と違う。すんげえ。いやね、これ見ると見ないとで、始まりが全然違うから、もう多分グリムさんアウト。グリムさん見なくていいやとか言ってるけど、これグリムさんアウトです。これ見ると見ないとでね、盛り上がり方が違うから。うわ、撃たれてる。めっちゃかっけえ。わあ。前出すか。無事。ってことは明日も違うんや。
Just 25 duos can make tomorrow's grand final. We have so many players nervously lining up behind that stage, ready to meet their fate. In Copenhagen, I think we should lend them your voices right now. Are you ready to meet your players? I said Copenhagen. Are you ready to meet your players? Let's bring them on.
これ始め方がかっこいいで。いやこれグリムさん見れてないから。グリムさん見なくていいやとか言ってるから。これ見ると見ないとねマジでね違うからね全然。始まりがね。来るべ。さあ。ゲームサイトクリーンは。
And this is what they plan to do. Take a couple of those moments from yesterday, the experience, everything that they have learned, and put on a show for the Royal Arena to keep it all going.
Second chances do not come often. Everyone wants today to be the start of something great, and it all begins with this competition.
And this is it. Lower bracket. Everybody's ready to take their seats. They're ready to start to play the game. You hear the chants of the crowd going loud. They're ready to make some noise.
So take it all in. Enjoy the walk down. You've taken your seats one time before already, but this time you don't want to make it your last.
始まってるね。待機島もいるね。
You can feel it. You can feel it in the air. The tension is real. Yesterday, those players were a lot more animated.
カナダも突破してほしいな。個人的にはフリックス、カナダ、カベージ、今日本勢みんなでしょ。日本勢みんなとカナダと
But here they find
クリッ
themselves.
クスとエピックオイルミスターサベージかな。
Your Chapter 4 Season
あとビキシさんか、まあ。
Major 3 champions coming straight out of NA representing. Honestly, yesterday was a little bit rough for them. They were contested by the greats Thomas and Malabuka, but today it's a different story. They're going to be uncontested, and if there's anything that I know about Kanada, it's that when he is uncontested every single game, he's going to find the damage needed for Storm Surge and find every single one of those end games.
Of course, and I mean, as you saw them on screen there for a moment, the French fans, we got a duo for you. It's Podesai, it's Snazy finding themselves here in the lower bracket, but the fight's not done. That's right. Make some more noise. Mini Miner, what can they do? What can they do? What can they change to make it happen today?
Yesterday wasn't great for them. It wasn't a great day. But they can come back. They can definitely come back. They couldn't quite make it to endgame yesterday. Such a little bit of a problem for them. And we're talking about a duo in Snazy who has land experience. He was at the World Cup. I think they're going to need those fans today. I think they're going to need them on top form. And it looks like so far they're definitely doing that.
For sure. Now, of course, we've seen these duos yesterday, but there's 25 from the last chance major we have not met yet. So let's go ahead and meet half of them right now.
Our first group of our last chance major qualifier teams, and let me tell you, they hope that it's not the last time that you see them here this weekend. They're looking to put everything they learn throughout the year to the test here against some players that already have the experience on the stage.
Well, just because it's their first time on stage does not mean it's their first time competing. They are familiar with what it takes to find themselves the victory royales.
選手見てた選手。
So they can keep
いいね、あ、いいね、この角度いいじゃん。
And with their backs up against the wall, they realize the situation that they're in. It is go big or go home. And let me tell you, with
一人今衣装あれいなかった。なんだっけ、インディクマンじゃなくて。ドッグさんか。ドッグさん衣装やばくない？ドッグさん衣装やばない？チームに所属してないとはいえ。ドッグさんの衣装やばくね？
We have Janice, the big brain IGL, FNCS winning pedigree across different seasons. Reason considered one of the best fighters in EU still. And I'm surprised it's taken them to the last chance major to qualify for today. I mean, after day number 1 of major 1 of grand finals, they were in first place. They had an incredible performance, but ended up coming 3rd in that major, so just missing out on a spot. They had a little bit of contestation issues in the last chance major as well, so they just about battled their way through, but I'm glad they are here because they can put on a show.
Absolutely, and a duo from NA, Scented, Polarized. Now, of course, we know Scented has kind of shuffled around a couple times, but now paired up with Polarized. For maybe fans that aren't familiar with them, that are watching the Globals for the first time, David, what can you tell us about this duo?
I mean, Scented is going to be the brains of this duo, throwing it back to Invitational, where we saw him alongside Cold, but coming into this year, the search for a new duo began, and honestly, he didn't really find his feet until it was Major 3 where he picked up Polarized, but they found no success there. And then, of course, the last chance Major is where they clutched it up. If it's anything that I know about Scented, he's going to be looking towards the low ground. He loves being down there, especially when he was alongside Cole. It looked like they just ran through anybody that was in their way. I'm expecting to see more of that today.
You know what I'm expecting to see? The last half of the duos from the last chance Major. Arena, give them a welcome.
Last, but certainly not least, our final group of players taking the stage, qualifying through the last chance major. They felt this pressure before, and like Levin said, it either bursts pipes or makes diamonds, and they're trying to shine bright this weekend.
These contenders have already proven that they know how to prevail through a last chance situation, and today's going to be no different. The Global Championship Battle Bus is leaving with or without you. It's time to see which 25 teams will claim their seats.
Those seats
日本人みたい。
are hot
あ、ビキシさん。
this weekend.
あ
Only 50
いいところで。
teams will be able to make it there. We saw half of them qualify yesterday. Today, we will secure our final entrance onto that battle bus. Who do you want to see
すげえ
take
敵
it all?
背中が大きい。今ビキシーさんいた。 ミキシーさんマジか俺の髪型金髪にしたら俺ミキシーさんだから。俺の今の髪型金髪にしたらミキシーさんになる。
But man, oh man, now we have the full lobby of players. Now, we wanted to highlight one in particular here for you. It's Kirby and it's Wiggacy. Now, originally, they were part of 2 separate duos, but their duo mates couldn't make it. So now they've been allowed to come together and form one duo for the Global Championship.
This is a really interesting storyline. Kirby and Wixie, of course, coming from different regions, a little bit of a language barrier potentially there. So they have to sort of use the in-game tools to communicate, landing it to the north side of the map, just to the west of Sanguine Sweets. Really interesting drop spot. I think they might have a few issues with Storm Surge, with teams actually using that massive mountain that's just outside of that drop to take advantage of them. But anything can happen. This is why literally anything can happen. We've never seen them play together before. So literally, who knows what's going to happen?
It's a little bit of an X factor, right? You never know what could happen. And Fortnite loves to do this thing when you don't know what could happen. That's when the craziest things happen. A last duo here, FKS and Adapter. What do you want to talk about this duo, Vid?
Listen, I mean, I love where they are dropping. Kenjutsu crossing. Of course, we saw Queasy and Evento do very, very well from this drop spot yesterday, right? Kind of taking the reins over from them. And honestly, I was looking towards them because I was like, hey, I think they can do very good from this drop spot. But of course, it's the lower bracket. It's Fortnite. It's the Global Championship. We love to always mix up a little bit of drama in there. And I was checking out socials a little bit earlier on this morning, and it looks like Suns and Anon might be switching over to contest this duo. So my eyes are going to be towards that fight as we jump in to these first couple of games.
That is crazy. And if I remember correctly, these guys were at Invitation, all right? So they already have some LAN experience. Do you feel like that could play a factor coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about it, right? Any of the duos that have experience, especially the ones that have been, you know, together when it comes to an international event or just playing in person alone. And then, of course, you know, some of these duos, one half of them kind of have that experience as well. So I'll be excited to see, you know, if they can kind of take the reins and make sure that they stay cool, calm, and collected under the pressure.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned they're now contested because that just shows what the lower bracket can do. Anything can happen. These guys are prepared to be uncontested. Now they are contested by Suns and Anon. I mean, that's going to throw us crazy. That is crazy because they would have been preparing. Yes, we're going to rotate here to get our surge, go and landing on us. We'll be chilling, we'll be enjoying ourselves. Next thing you know, 2 Australians, they're flying in, and things are all going out the window. All the plans are like, hang on a sec, what's happening here? So this is what we talk about adaptability so much. Not only in the whole game, the whole meta, the whole season, but in this format, that's when you need to be adaptable as well.
And I wanted to kind of bring it back to full circle. Something we talked about originally was it's only 5 games. We're used to kind of seeing either 6 games one day or a total of 12, right? Spread across. Only 5 games, though it's 1 less. It sounds like, it's just 1 less game. It's actually that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely tough. And one thing that I want to talk about, right? When it comes to the mentality that the players must be thinking about to qualify to the global championship, right? For these upper bracket teams, you pretty much had to place bare minimum top 10, right? And that's EU. That was a very, very large region. But for a lot of the smaller regions, it was a lot tighter for that, right? So they're winning or placing very, very high. Yesterday, they had to get surely that's kind of affecting the mental a little bit. But then those last chance major teams, they're used to clutching up. I mean, they made it all the way to the last event of the year, right? The last one to actually make it to the global championships, they clutched up. Today is a clutch situation.
Yeah, I was speaking to a few people earlier, a few people were around me. I was like, who do you think is going to win today? I think they were Danish. They said Steno and Lucy. And they're Danish as well, of course. This is a fantastic. I'm excited to see how this year. Yeah, give it a round of applause. Wow. Yeah, why not? Yeah, give it. Because, I mean, these guys are fantastic.
世界大会ソロでやってるってやばいな。ちなみにオキスって選手が世界大会1人。
And of course they have LAN experience as well. They did so great at Game of the Day. I think it was last year they did so great. So I'm excited to see if they can continue and bring that LAN experience, that chemistry that they have in a LAN environment.
ドックさん映んないかな。ドックさんめっちゃね、もうね、あれだった。白のもう肩まで見える洋服で入場してた。
We've got to make top 25. You could argue maybe just try and do something and kind of keep any kind of strategy secret and just hope that you can kind of save that for tomorrow. With only 5 games though. Is that enough wiggle room, man? I feel like it's just not. You just got to go full send now.
Nah, I mean, if you're holding back now, I think you're trolling a little bit, honestly, right?
Right? I mean,
full send for sure. And that's the thing, though, about Fortnite. And I love the fact that you're talking about strategy because I feel like we have 2 major different play styles, right? people who like to play a little bit more passive, and then we have those aggressive duos, ones that are looking for those one pop-off games with 10+ eliminations. I'll be excited to see which duos kind of pull out each one of those strategies.
Yeah, and of course, I think you have to just use the strategies that you practice for the first couple of games. If things go wrong and you have to pull out the grand final strategy, then do it. Because if you don't do it now, you won't even make it to the grand final. There's no point in hiding them away. We saw some great strats yesterday from Zagu and Pepper using the shield mushrooms to get some extra surge. Some great ideas from these teams that we haven't seen on other regions, and that's what this is all about. Who's going to pull what out of the hat?
I love that too. I mean, social media yesterday and even today was just like, what is their strategy? Yes, that's what we want to see. We want to see what they're thinking, what they're cooking, and then come out tomorrow. And that could be like the difference maker, them winning and becoming global champions. That would just be wild. Another duel, you know, we cannot not talk about them. It's King, it's Phaser. They did not make the top 25, but yesterday, King hit just the most disgusting snipe shots. The double back-to-back to the dome to secure Surge as well. What can they do here?
I mean, that's just skill. Seriously, there's no like coach, there's no VOD reveal, and that'll allow you to hit those shots. So, you know, obviously the skill is on this duo. It's just all about finding the cohesion. So I'll be excited to see if it ends up working out for them in that regard.
Yeah, they're sort of switching up the way that they drop all the way down there at the relentless retreat. We saw them sort of contesting a team there yesterday. They're both still going there, but they're doing it in a different sort of way. I'm interested to see how that Osborne goes. I think for both teams it didn't really work out. They were both sort of stuck in no man's land. What's going on? Are we going to try and fight? Are we going to try and disengage? I don't even know what's going on there. So maybe they're going to try and be a little more structured today. They're going to either fight or they're going to disengage. I think it's going to be the latter because the stakes are that much higher.
You saw him on screen there for a moment. Kanata, Agers. Oh, let's bring it back, okay? Kanata, Agers going up against Thomas HG yesterday. It felt pretty one-sided, right? They had a couple games off spawn. Are they contested today?
Nope. Nope. And honestly, they qual. Yeah, well, that's what I would say. But Kanata, you know, he hit the socials. He was like, yeah, we only made it off spawn 2 games. And both of those games, headshots. Yeah, headshot snipes actually were the ones that actually ended up closing out their games for them in both of those scenarios. So maybe there's something they have to switch up a little bit there. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment. Maybe they're not used to dealing with those snipers. I'm sure they can do it.
I mean, the biggest problem for this team throughout this whole year was Storm Surge coming out of that racetrack spot. And they were uncontested in Major Number 3 Grand Finals. They fixed their Storm Surge problems. And Vivid, would you like to remind me what happened in Major 3 Grand Finals on NA?
Oh, they won.
Oh, they won. That's right. So hopefully today, if they can find that same mentality, that same way of playing, they'll do all right.
Well, I'm getting word. It is that time. We are about to kick off the lower bracket of Global Championship Day number 2. So, casters, take us in.
Now is the moment you have all been waiting for. Game 1 of the lower bracket is ready to get underway. And Taco, if I had a seat here, I would be on the edge of my seat ready to call this action.
You can feel the nerves that have just been kicking the entire time. Everyone here is just wide awake. And the battle bus is as well, because we're already heading into game number 1.
This is it. This is.
1試合目が始まりました。応援歌から始まります。応援歌始まってる、応援歌。ビキシさん降りてるね。そう降りた方が早いのか。日本勢君が代歌い、君が代。さあ、初めからやり合ってるね。ドドバトル95人ですかね。そうだそうだ。おっと、ステインさんたちはいないね、ステインさんたち。あれツイッターで見たけど、チームメイトがコメントがね、応援してるらしい。そうそう。大体そうだね。おっと、剣術折り。さあ、元ワイホさん折りです、ここ。ちなみに、クイジーとベノ、剣術折りで昨日ビッグロイしました。剣術やっぱ強いんよ。 結局。ペイジーベノは関係なかったね。現実。うわ、これ狙える。店員さん、一緒行くために一緒だ。あ、行ってた。安定させる。いっと。安定させるってことか。待ってね。ここ一旦引く判断。まあ、やっぱね、安定しないと結局いけないからな。25以内は、マジで。クイックスだ。いやー、ここのデュオも応援してる。エピックオイルとマジで。クイックスデュオ。好きなんだよな。てか、メガシティだから、エイムさんたちいいんじゃない？あ、いいね。あー、このショットガン、ちょっとあんまり。一旦更新すんで、なんか画質が。治った。オーキス画質がちょっと悪いって。治った。オーキスこの選手一人だよ。いや、これさ、突破したら強くね。でも昨日、昨シーズンはクイジーベの弱かった。うん。昨シーズンはね、今シーズンなんか強いらしい。え？オーキス強くね？一人だぞ、彼。世界大会。キスだけ特別ハンデでもやってやるよ、なんかポイントとか。ポイントプラス。ポイントちょいプラスとかさ。お、シノンさんや。うわ、これシノンさんたち気づけば 2V1。さあ、カナダ。あ、クローバーさんやほー。25で、これだカナダです。カナダもマジ突破してほしい。さあ、こちらは対面シーン。さあ、ライトハンドピック。さあ、張り替えて。SMG も2丁持ちだね。行こう。バー。バー。いやー、ちょっと弾、アサルトの弾がないね。店員さん途中まだ落ちてないと思う。多分ね、初動変えたから多分今のところ大丈夫だけど。4でまだ、誰も落ちてないかも。おっと、ムキパパさん倒してる。ナイス。ダウン入れたね。逆に倒してる。いいね、いいね、いいね。いい感じじゃない？日本勢も。まあ、角入れれたらでかいけどね。うん、頑張ってほしいな。いや、ここのポジでかいな。サージ。そう、ムキポーソンチーム。見たね。 小吹坊さん。こっからまだ土曜日か。そうやな。もうちょっとで日曜日。みたいに誰か叫ぶんかな。あ、そういう話したら本当に叫んだわ。ちょっと叫んでる人いるよ。同じ人じゃねこの声。さあ、カメさん。カメ。やべ。止まった。なんかね、昨日、ちょっと今日ラグい。今日ラグいんだよ。なんかラグいっていうか画質がね、昨日より悪いんだよね、なんか。なんだろう。この、一旦試合終わったら変えてみよう。他のに。すんげえすんげえ。結構いるよ。エリートはもう突破したからいないね。明日出る。明日のメンバーやばいな。そう考えると。超豪華だぞ、明日。まあ今も豪華だけど。あ、クリックス。エイムさんたちどこだよくねクリックスは通ってほしいな、俺も。日本勢みんな通ってほしい。昨日1試合目の後すぐ寝たけど、ラークさん聞いて、ラークさんがね、相手後でさ、10キル2位取った試合からね、めっちゃ調子いい。うわー、ラルさん落ちた。いやー、ラルさん過去入っちゃったな。あ、サベージ。いや、サベージも取ってほしい。サベージマジで好き。うわー、ラルさんやられちゃったな。エイムさんとラルさんじゃないや。サベージ近いの怖っ。なんで今日こんな画質悪いの？サベージは右下っていうのがノッティーネッツみたいな右らへんのところ。ちょっとした、なんて言うんだろうな、島みたいな。右下の。ユーマさんいるよ。ユーマさんたちはどうなんだろう。だけど、死んだキルログ出てないから、多分生きてんじゃないかな。初動は被ってるけどね。いや、武器強い。金本持ってる。この子さ、今の左下見ると若くね？めっちゃ若く見えた。てか、試合の人数やばい。46パーティー87人はやばい。人数いすぎ。これサージやばいぞ。当てないと。レベル高すぎる。お、ジャイモンさんたち。うわ、撃たれてんだよ。バイホさんと同じパッドを付け直してやつだわ。うわ。いや、これキルで取れた。でかい。よし、当たんないんだ。ラグいんだな。なんかめっちゃラグいらしい。オキスやられたわ。まあ、しゃあない。これ一人だもんな。狩られたわ。あ、目の前にユーマさんたちいる。いや、マジ一人ってきついよな。サージもだって一人で稼がなきゃいけないしさ。すべてやんなきゃいけないじゃん。他の人よりもさ、回復枠少ないし。次でしょ。いや、リプレイ。もう一人のところ、倒されるリプレイ、辛いって。ああ。なんでガチ画質悪い。なんで今日こんな画質悪いの？ この時めっちゃいいのに。最初だけめっちゃいい。悪くなった。いやー、レベル高くね。87人だって。何その隙間。高すぎるよ。うわ、エイムさんいる。めっちゃ見てね。怖い怖い。さあ、空島を取りに行くのは誰だ？読み方がわかんねえよ。メロいんじゃん、メロ。うわ。ルさんね、どうなんだろうね。ドックさんはやられてないからね。補正されてそうだけど。いやー、空島は変や。変だ、変。ゴールド変も強いからな。やばい、3パーティー来た。4パーティーいる、4パーティー。空島4パーティーやばいよ。ロルさん倒してる。蘇生してんな。蘇生してるね。ロルさん今誰かキルしてた。ダウンだけど。生きてるわ。でかいでかいでかい。チャージ警報。うわ、326以下。141以上か。いやけど85人ってレベル高いぞ。この試合。てか、2日目。超レベル高い。多分めっちゃ重いと思う、選手。動きでわかるわ。重そう。レベル高え。レベル高えぞ。全然やりやないもんな。
Thank you so much, Taco. I just want to catch everyone up on our hometown heroes of Steno and Lush, who were able to get an elimination on Mr. Savage before he even hit the ground. Then we saw Steno be able to find a key, which he used to unlock a mythic shotgun. Quickly, they regrouped, built up a surge tower, and as you can see, they have vision on two duos of Jamin and Kanata, setting themselves up for an excellent mid and late game. So let's see how they do.
いやー、アンチガイバトル。ウィキシーさん頑張るな。いるかな ?84 人か。サージやばそう。じゃない人。ウィキシーさんのこと忘れてた。ヒルログ怖いよな、マジで。なんで昨日より今日画質悪いんだろう。頼む、ちゃんと動いてくれ。いや、空島取れたのマジでかいからな。空島だけで15ポイントだっけ。空島6マッチ中4回取ったらもうさ、ほとんどあれじゃない？確定じゃない？予選突破。画質の調子は悪いけど、ルータのゲーム、何だっけ？だって俺コメントがさ、いいねみたいなさ、絵文字がちょっと邪魔でちゃんと読めないから、スマホで見よう。ルータの眠気は調子いいと。俺の眠気マジなんもないよ、今。カフェイン飲んだからね。うわー、いや、ラルさんやられた。ジャイモンさんにやられてる。うわー、日本対決。しかし、そのジャイモンさんがやられ。うわー、日本対決っていうか、ラルさんが格差入ったね。だけど、ユーマさんが、これ、レッツゲットって、あれか、ドックさんのことかな。あ、5ポイント ?5 ポイントか。 キル、ゆうまさん突っ込んでた。で、画質が。なんか画質。やばい、ゆうまさん。画質も悪いんだけど、キャンチ。で、こんな画質悪い。星野さん。うわ、日本対決なんだけど。一旦、一瞬で。待ってくれ。まずい。いや、やらかした。あ、つった。めっちゃ画質いい、めっちゃ画質いい。あ、めっちゃ画質良くなった。うわー、やめて、日本対決。うわー。ビコもいるじゃん。ビコってか、サージ食らってる。これきつないビコ。いや、13位か。うわ、1点当てれってやるべて。だけど、日本チーム。さすがにこれきつくね。おっと、倒したのはゆうまさん。ナイス。いや、ゆうまさんだけど1人か。ジャイモンさんがいないんだ。今、ムキパパさん聞こえた？そう。日本のね、方でね、めっちゃ大声で応援してる人がいいんだよ、昨日から。めっちゃ叫んでる人がいいんだよね。頑張れー！めっちゃ大声でね、応援してる人いるからね。さあ、名前は見えないけど、ミキシーさんがいないね。中盤になったら俺実況を始めるから。気分次第だけど。いや、サベージ倒してる。ナイス。うわ、ザジさんやられた。格殺入ってんな、これ。いや、エイムさん一人だな、これ。あ、ウィキシ、ウィキシさんだ。チャージじゃないな。アンチダメかな。早い。ゆうまさんやられた。ウィキシさんはどうなってんだ、これ。トームかな。いや、だけどまだ相方生きてるから、まだある。うわぁ、メキパパさんやられた。エピックコイルにやられてるね。きついか、日本で。中盤いるかこれ。カナダ。あれ、ちょっとブッシュ悪いね。ガンチひどくね？右下？でもまた画質が。日本でゼロ。いや、まだわかんない。あ、ステインさんたちいるじゃん。これ。うわ、いった。ステインさんいた？アンチひどいな、これ。カナダの相方、これきついぞ。強っ、ある。核入れればサイフォンあるんじゃない？さあ、あるぞ。フロッパーある。でかっ。いや、移動アイテムがね。やばい、やばい。強っ。核入ればサイフォンある。いや、ダウンだけど、核入ればさあ、入った。ミストないか。あ、ミストある。強すぎ。いや、場所やばい。場所やばい。いや、だからアンチ遠い。間に合うか？うわ、ギリ間に合わそうやな、これ。いや、だけどどうだろう。間に合う。ダッシュすればめっちゃロー HP だけど間に合う。でかすぎ。強っ。これ生き残れ、武器者味方か。これ生き残れんのでけえ。クリックス。ライオン、リプレイか。あ、シロンさんたち突っ込んだんだな。あ、じゃあやばくて。 サベージ本気でしてるね。さあ物資的にはもうめちゃめちゃいい。サベージこっから移動ですね。移動は、まあ、サージ500あるから多分余裕だね。移動をどうするか。クイックセイピックコイルは物資ミニポロ6。ちょっと資材がないね2人とも多分。回復量はちょっといまいちわからない。今2キルしてるからいい感じ。さあここは敵を追いかける感じ。さあやっている。誰だキルしたの見えなかったな。キルしたのはクリックス。残り20パーティー、20パーティー。店員さん生きてる？いる、生きてる。あ、ハイグラ取ってんのはフィッシーさん。フィッシー。誰かわかんねえ今。ホット勢ですね。あ、応援も入ります。応援も入りますと。店員さんあるぞ、マジで。サージ以下ですね。これ1人特にデカポ1。ちょっときついな。まあ、敵の移動で当てることを考えればいけるけど。さあ、サベージがエピコイル倒してる。さあ、ここは格殺も入れ。現在3キル。うわ。しかし、サベージ、味方をここでダウンに入ります。まあ、フロッパーあるんで、アンチガイムーブもできますね、これ。さあ、どうする2個のフロッパーを食べ、タグスプをもらい、回復したいが、アンチもそろそろ来るぞ。さあ、まだフロッパーある。さあ、ここフラッシュパッドを使い、アンチナイト、一気に向かいます。しかし、ここは大きなダメージ。残り 23HP でなんとか耐えてるが、ちょっとでも当てられればやられない。一旦これミニコーのみ。フラッシュパッドでアンチナイに行きたいところ。さあ、視点が変わり、クリックス。さあ、ここはフカト。さあ、目の前敵をやったが、資材がない。で、さ、落ちた。まあ。さあ、アンチ以外から、コダサイ。現在1キル。1人で生き残ってますね。さっきからずっと1人だったけど。さあ、残り12パーティー。ハイグラがタカット。あ、釣り竿持ってる。さあ、アンチ外からミストでアンチ内に行きたいところだが、ここはちょっとミストが足りないか。さあ、ここはミストが足りずやられていきます。残り7パーティーの8人。1パーティー2人だね。さあ、カナダ。現在合計5キル。武器は最強だ。さあ、カナダ、前回の FNCS 優勝者。どこまで伸ばすことができるのでしょうか。しかし、ここ後ろから痛いダメージをもらったものの、ミニポで回復。さあ、チャンピオンアックスを片手に。さあ、ここはフルカウンター。さあ、目の前、コッペイが上から降ってきた。現在4キル。来てるぞ。さあ、目の前、バンバン。うわ、惜しい。さあ、ビッグロイしてったのは、名前がわかんない。多分ハイグラですね。パカッと。GG.
One of the most underrated teams falling under the radar this weekend. They played phenomenally to make it to this point, and they make a statement here in game 1 of the lower bracket. Frankie, how are they feeling?
GG.
How are you feeling? I mean, my friends up in the casting booth would like to know, so I will ask you first, Bryce.
I'm feeling good.
Are you feeling a little bit overwhelmed about the fact that you just took a victory royale here
まあ
on
基本
landing
的に多分
Copenhagen?
1ビクラでもすれば予選を通れると思う。
I'm nervous.
必要な調子でいくと。
I can understand why you might be nervous. I do have a very scary face, so I'm going to come over to you, Chubbs. Talk me through the last moments of that game.
I don't know. We just took high and we won.
You took high. Okay, well, talk to me about the journey there. Did you feel like the zone was in your favor the whole time?
No, it wasn't at all.
Okay, well, how did you get around that situation then? How are you able to make the most of what maybe wasn't the most ideal situation?
We got surge and we had forecast, so we just went where the zone was.
There you go. Simple. Everyone hopefully listening here will find out how to win a victory royale on LAN thanks to these two. Just before I let you go, do you think you can overcome the nerves and pick up another victory royale today?
Yes, I think we can.
Brilliant. Well, you know what? Now you've said that, I think you can too. Copenhagen, please give it up for Bryce and Chubbs.
You know, I thought the games yesterday were crazy, but game number 1 of the lower bracket does not disappoint. Bryce and Chubbs taking forecast, using that to just help them get ahead of the storm, even though they were in the toughest spot. It didn't matter. They were able to adapt. Yes, there's some nerves, but they overcame.
I love that interview, right? Getting asked, hey, you feel like the zones were in your favor? No, they weren't. I don't think they were in anybody's favor. I mean, a zone pulling over to naughty nets and then pulling back to the mainland. That was a roller coaster of a ride. But Bryce and Chubbs, they found the higher ground in the end, and they made it work.
I mean, these guys land all the way to the north of the map, even more north than Creature Combat, so high up there. Of course, as they mentioned, they had the forecast, which helped them get the step ahead. And I really love the way they took hype right there. A little rocket ram play to knock out Towels and Fishy, who were up there for seemingly a long time in that end game. And from that point on, they were just riding out all of their materials, all of their heals. I think at one point there in that end game, I think I saw Bryce with a fishing rod. You know when you're carrying a fishing rod in the last zone, things are looking rough, but it didn't work out too bad for him, did it?
Absolutely. Game 1 here on day 2, the victory royale. I'm sure for them, they're feeling a little overwhelmed, and now they just got to bring it back. More of what you do in game number 2. Now let's take a look at these standings. I want to see how this went. Now, of course, there's actually so much to talk about. Really quickly, let's highlight the duo in second place there, Cooper and Nero. We saw Chubbs and Bryce. It almost could have gone the way of Cooper, but riding as a solo rider, still a second place after the first game. That is a way. We hit the ground running.
Yeah, I'm really, really glad you brought these guys up because yesterday wasn't too great for Cooper and Miro. And I love the way that Cooper played that endgame. Such a clutch moment for him. And paired up with Miro, when these guys got together, I think a lot of people were asking questions. Wait, Miro is playing with Cooper? This up-and-coming player? Miro himself? And I think Cooper has just proved why he deserves to play with Miro, a player of his caliber. He's clutching in the big moments on the big stage, and it didn't quite work out in a victory royale for them, but what a start. That's the exact start we want to see from them to improve on yesterday.
I got to point out, though, it was close, right? Cooper finding the one knock, I was like, wait, it's doable. I think one more second, I think he would have found that other rhythm and clutched it up.
Mad close. Another duel we have to highlight, Adrius and Kanata being uncontested. Man, the way they navigated that last little bit of endgame there, I just love how kind of brave Kanata went. Like, I don't know if brave's the right word, maybe just like crazy, right? Like, let's just rocket ram on the side of this kind of cliff and we'll just see what we find. But once again, man, you're gonna do what you have to do. And for him to have this start, this is the surge we need.
You're going to say, oh, the way that they traversed the end game. No. This was a Kanata solo clutch. But let's not forget, Azers had his own just right before this and actually made his way all the way to Kanata. So it was almost like they were kind of like passing the torch, right? It's like, oh, okay, I done solo clutch. Now you go ahead and get us a couple more points. Third place. And I mean, I want to point something out. Look at the top 4. Look at the NA representation at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing good. It's good to see. I like it. You know, they're doing very good. I mean, we still have time. 4 more games to go, right? I have big expectations of people like Janice and Reason. Even all the islands in that last game. Was it an EUGO? Yes, it was. I'll give you the answer straight away. And that was something that I was really surprised at as well. That island contestation. Yeah. So many more teams went up for it, it seemed like, but no one wanted to go all the way and try and claim it. It was Han and Vasquez who ended up saying, you know what? This is ours. It doesn't matter about anyone else. I think everyone else kind of like half went for it and think, you know what? I'm getting off this.
What's odd though is like, yes, for like one moment, right? They're right next door. And then suddenly it's like, you've got Stacey put aside rifting on up. You've got people kind of hopping over old builds. But why did no one want to take this fight, right? If we're all going to take and burn our resources or do whatever we have to get up there, why did we just give that to them for free?
You know, me and Minnie, we were watching sort of the west side of that zone, and there were so many teams that actually ended up being contested on that side of the zone, which means that all of these teams that were actually up on the Rift Island, they were happy with their position because they were getting free damage, right? Free shots off on so many teams below them. So why would you go ahead and take the fight? I mean, sure, you know, the capture point is worth those 15 points, but when you can get that much surge and actually traverse it into the end game, you might as well take that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about these sort of storm surge strategies. We often see teams build storm surge strategies depending on how the lobby works. Who's landing where? How can we rotate and get as much damage as we can? These guys haven't had very long at all to prepare for this, right? They haven't had time at all. So I'm expecting some more drama in the next few games.
Absolutely. And why don't we hear from the players themselves? They have their own thoughts on mid-match objectives. Take a look.
The mid-match objectives are really important towards the game.
That could be the difference between you winning and you getting top 5.
Big risk sometimes, but if you're good at fighting, it will make the game so much more easier.
For the first objective of the game, the forecast tower, there's a lot of reward. I mean, you get 2 slurps, a gold AR, and you can see the future zones.
Você pega uma torre que ela prevê a safe, né? Então, isso é uma vantagem tipo ridícula.
電波塔は、取ったら1位取れるぐらい重要です。
If we see that it's not a big risk, then we go for it.
That makes the game so much more easier if you get it.
But there's definitely a risk, and you might lose all your mats, your heals, and you might even get eliminated.
The Rift Island made the game more interesting for the teams that are going into endgame and know they don't have a lot of loot.
That makes the game more aggressive.
The risk is that many people go for it because of the points.
It can be up to like 8 to 10 people on one island all fighting in one really close area, and it gets really hectic.
The fights at the mid-match objectives are going to be intense because of the high reward, but it can be the downfall of some players if they get eliminated.
It gives you max mats, it gives you everything that you need to win the game. The sacrifice is that everyone can see you if you're up there.
It's a finals lobby and people are probably gonna be scared to go for it.
Towards the later games, like when people really need that jump, if they're trying to place as high as possible, the reward will be a lot higher, but the risk is also be a lot higher, so we'll see how it turns out.
命をかけて電波塔はいもう
Those 15 points can just make or break your entire game.
And that could be the difference between 10,000, 100,000, even 500,000.
Se você ganhar o campeonato, você muda a tua vida, literalmente.
So it's definitely something to prioritize and something that we're looking to play for as well.
電波塔マジ大事だもんな。
The 2 takeaways. Forecast towers, willing to put their lives on the line for it, and if you get the forecast towers, you're probably going to end up like Bryson Chubbs there in game number 1, finding their first victory royale of the day.
Yeah, and they got 3 points for it, even though it was Hen and Vasquez that were able to get the 15 for Rift Island. That's just showing overall how important it is to plan around these things, but also have a plan B just in case things go wrong. But the right thing is game number 2, and it's about to start now.
この間の感覚がね、全然ないからいいんだよね。意外と気づいたら始まる。いや、初動早いな。どうするぞ。ラグってんのかね、なんか。画質が。なんで今日こんなラグいの？つんなくなったし。おい、ちょっと待って、焦る。今日さ、画質の調子が悪い。なんで？ジャイモンさんかぶってね。売り変えた？ 俺変えたね。何あれ、ネオン。強気やな。うわー、ステイさんやられた。氷なんだろ。プッシュしない。早くもないぞ。危なっていうか。高い高い。担いで逃げてるね。これ撮影できるな。と。あ。ザゴーさんプレイ、ザゴーさんプレイ来た。ザゴーさんプレイ来た。ザゴーさんプレイ来た。紹介されてます。なんで今日こんな画質悪いんだろう。なんですぐ画質悪くなっちゃうんだろう。待って、大人消すか。大人消したら楽な。大人消したら必要かなった。大人消いんかこれ。そうなんだ。レベル高え。 あんまなくなるくね。うわ、めっちゃローだ。あ、危なっ。うますぎ。ヒロンさんたちは武士取れたのでかっ。やばすぎだろこのタワー。武士ね、シロンさんたちいい感じやな。シロンさんたちめっちゃいい感じ。てか、さっきのさ、やった後の武士取れてからめっちゃでかい。花田頑張れ。いいね、武士。めっちゃいいじゃん。武士強いぞ。土蔵品も確かポイント入るんだよな、確か。うわー、ザジさんやられてる。M さん頑張れ。 あ、やられたな。うわ、足のサンドッチもやってる。うわ、これキル取れたらでかいぞ。おっと、あれ。めっちゃ物資いいぞ。ムキムキパパさんたち。いや、ハイグラじゃねえや、空島。めっちゃ視点映るね。めっちゃ物資。水99が痛い。うまい。そういう日もある。いやー、サーチがいいか。これ当てないとまずいな。アンチがいだし。ショットガンの弾3発しかないじゃん。ヤッホー。止まったんだけど。なんかラグいな。ごめん、なんかラグい、今日、ほんまに。なんでこんなラグいの？更新した後めっちゃ画質いいのに。悪い！やばいって。ああ、治った。こっちの画質になれるとさ、少しの画質の悪さでも気になっちゃう。今多分 720p になった。変やられた。すげえすげえ。うわー、ザジさんやられたな。いいこしてね。エイムさんもやられたわ。エイムさんってか風どうなったんだろうね。治ったんかな。エイムさん喉が うわー、お、ブガだ。アンチいけどきつそう。痛い。やらなくない？いや、これ耐えれないな。ゆうまさんどうしてる？ラグソラグソ。マジ痛すぎでしょ。ゆうまさん倒してるね。ナイス。いった。うわぁ、マジか。日本チーム生きてる？結構エイムさんたちはやられたけど。サベージもキルしてるね。あ、サベージか。ルーがやられた。めっちゃラグそう。うわ、めっちゃラグそう。なんかカクカクしとる。選手の動きがカクカクしとる。きついきついこれ。8以下が一番嫌だよな。以上になった。危な。なんかいきなりイオニが必要くなるのなんのこれ。ゆうまさんやられたか。歴史さん来てんじゃね？ 全然見つけられない。あ、来てる、いや、あ、来てる来てる来てる。力士さんあるぞ。生きてる。じゃあ邪魔しられた。力士？機材がないのか。石井さんは生きていいね。うわ、またハイグラ、はい、またハイグラ2キロやるくね。歴史さんやられたな。だけどダウンだから味方生きてるよな、まだ。やられたわ。リクさんやばすやばすやばす。うわうわうわうわうわ、やられ方やば。またハイグラじゃん。いや2ビクラ歩くね。クロノさん生きてる。やば。いやー、ハイガラ取るタイミング完璧なのかな。強すぎるな。はいはいはい。強っ。あるぞマジで。白さんいなかったわ。よ低いだったか。いやだけどめっちゃ稼いだくね。あるあるある。うわおおワンチャンあったな。2匹くらいけどめっちゃ稼いだなポイント今ので。さあびっくりしてきたわ。言い方がわかんない。ナイスゲーム。なんでここだけ画質いいの。
Cheating and Pixie wasted absolutely no time with taking over the low ground, and we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
I do. To be honest, that looked like quite a calm victory from you, Cheating. How did it feel on the lobby today?
It's really nice. Like we are full sec the whole game and just played it out.
Yeah, you did play it out. You almost made it look easy, but it's not easy to take a victory royale in front of a very loud crowd here in Copenhagen. How are the nerves right now?
Feeling a bit nervous, but it's fine.
So how did you control those nerves when you were in those final fights?
Yeah, we just went for low ground and just won the game from there.
Do you think that low ground is a strategy that can work for you all the way to Sunday?
I'm pretty confident that we are doing good on Sunday, so we just keep going.
Well, you're doing good right now. For you, how did you get ready for this experience of being on LAN?
We practice customs a lot and just play tournaments together, so yeah.
Any customs you'd recommend?
Noble.
Noble, there you go. Custom Noble, check it out. Guys, congratulations on making it this far. I do need to ask, do you think you can take another victory royale now you've already got one?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, I love the confidence. So, boys, I'll let you get ready for the next battle bus as we head back to the desk. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Congratulations, Cheatin' and Pixie, a victory royale. Well, Vivid, that's an EU team.
Yep.
That's an EU team that's got a victory royale. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. And it's going to be on top. It's fine. How do you feel about that one, Mini Miner?
Feeling great. I mean, what a win. What a way to close it out. Really happy for these guys as well. Of course, qualifying to that last chance major. We haven't seen them yet this weekend. And now finally putting on a show. We know that this duo have what it takes. Going down that hologram right there. Just fracking out so many elims from these guys in those latter stages. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I love this, actually. Being so resourceful here is Pixie and Cheatin', right? Look at all of the slap splashes that they have, you know, somehow, by the way, managed to keep onto. And eventually they're like, you know what? There's no reason for us to continue to fight for low ground. Why don't we just go ahead and play this tournament? We have all of these splashes utilized. They did so at the perfect time, ended up working out.
Yeah, it really did. And I love that from this duo. It just shows the brain that they have. Just knowing, you know what? Let's get into that zone. Let's close out this game because PHG and Ketos did a very, very good job there. Taking height at a great moment. Didn't quite work out for them getting second, but great job from Cheatin' and Pixie.
You talk about Peeps and Ketos. I mean, I just want to take a moment here to highlight this duo. They take ultimate height here over ice. You can't build up there. You can't break. They're like, we're up here. I don't know what in the world Ketos is doing, okay? But did you all see that shot? He lands. He's going to fall. Builds are broken. He's coming down. It's either me or him. And for him, it was him. He is him.
Yeah, I mean, hitting that falling shotgun shot. We see them sometimes throughout Fortnite competitive history, but that one had to be like the best one, right? He was literally falling, ended up surviving 1 HP. But the only reason he had enough HP to actually survive the fall is because he hit that shot, got that siphon.
So disgusting. Here are the standings as we take a look. Remember, if you're just joining us, we're looking for top 25. That's where we want to end the day. Chubbs and Bryce picked up game number 1 in the VR, but with Pixie and Cheatin' getting that one themselves, paired up with the elimination, suddenly up 13 places. Now, boys, how do we keep this momentum going?
High ground clearly is doing well. I mean, we're talking about Bryce and Chubbs right here, taking high ground at a really, really nice moment. Again, this was another one of those zones that was actually closer to them. Of course, they're getting that forecast tower in some of the games. In this game, it was a very, very nice zone for them. We saw in the first game, it was not a very nice zone at all, so far away. So this just brings excitement for me when it comes to this duo because they performed when the zone is absolutely miles away. And yet again, they've performed with that 3rd place finish right there. It's a really, really exciting duo if they can keep it up.
Yeah, they figured something out because every time I'm watching from like 5th and 9th zone, I'm like, oh my gosh, these zones, they just keep pulling further and further away, which usually in this type of meta, they have to use all of their builds to actually make some of those rotates. But Bryce and Chubbs just seem like they're always in such a healthy position when it comes to how many materials they have. I have no idea how they're doing it, but it is working out great. And then obviously the transition into the height takes so good.
What's crazy to me is after game 1, Bryce and Chubbs, you know, you could tell they were definitely nervous. It was a little bit overwhelming, but as we're playing out these games, man, they look so on form. I mean, if they can bring that tomorrow, how far could they take it?
I mean, hey, listen, you know, we've seen some teams already, it's particularly yesterday, I think Queasy and Venom, right? They're pretty good at higher ground, so contesting them up there, that'll be a tall task to try and tackle. We still got 3 more games to go through, though, so I'm excited to see who else maybe tries to contest them up there.
Well, let's take a look at the high ground. Bison, Ketos, we got to come to the Brazilian region to take a look at how this all unfolded, but from their own perspective. Once again, just disgusting play we are seeing. And what I love so much about the competition, boys, it's not just one duo. There's so much action across the map, so many duos all looking to perform.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this duo right here, going for so many of these little pre-edit refreshes. That's how they were able to get, of course, the builds to go all the way up on high ground. You can see what it means to those guys. Of course, not quite closing out the victory, but they know exactly what happens when it comes to those end games. If you can consistently make 1 or 2 end games in this 5-game tournament, or this day, I should say, I mean, they're looking good for qualifying to tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Guess what? We have Levin 2K. He is standing by. Let's go see what he has for us.
Yes, Zeke, I am here in the arena with M8 Nikov himself. Nikov, you've got to tell me, man, how you feeling, how you enjoying the event so far?
Hello, I'm very happy to be here. It's very good and I love them.
It's very loud. You can say that for sure. Tell me, who are you supporting for? Of course, you're representing M8, so I'm sure you're supporting them. But tell me in particular who you're looking out for.
Of course, I support the best team in the world. Gentlemen, look this new jersey, very beautiful, and the best crowd. Look at them. Look at them.
They are the best crowd, it feels like right now. You've obviously had experience playing on stages like this as well in your career. You competed at the highest level before. Do you have any advice for any of these players on this stage here right now?
I don't know, but I think no, just focus on yourself and your game, and that's it. Huh?
Advice for his favorite players. Everybody else, he doesn't really care too much. Fair enough, fair enough. And I guess the only thing for me is, do you have anything to say to the ultras?
I know. What can I say? Like, this is the best community in the world. French, look at them.
Allez blue, as they say. Back to you, Zeke.
They are going crazy. Thank you so much for that. I mean, apparently the French community, they can cheer the loudest Denmark. I don't know, but I'm getting word we are ready to just get right back into all of the action. This is game number 3.
I just have one question. Do you think they would accept me? Can I be French for today or maybe even the weekend? Because that is absolutely insane. I'm across the stage. I got headphones on and I hear them like I'm sitting right next to them.
I'm sure they'd be more than happy to bring you on board, Jacob. All you really need is a matching jersey at this point, right?
Ooh, I might have to grab me one of those because Stacey and Podusai have been playing crazy. And let's that continue here in game 3 because it starts now. This is officially the half.
今いい感じ。うわー、だけどね、微妙なところ。突破が微妙やな、今。そんな簡単に甘くないからな。この人めっちゃ若そう。初動かぶってんのか、ゆうまさん。早めに。痛いけどな。ちょっと強くね。うわ、やばい。うわ。ごめんなさいね。切りダメじゃないね、ここは。うわ。やられた。うまい。ここポイント制じゃないから YouTube。視聴数だから。だけど YouTube でも放置は大歓迎で。放置は大歓迎で。いや、これ武器きつすぎだろ。痛い。あれってやばすぎ。彼ってやっぱなんか初動強いな。 一回狙った敵にずっと撃つからね。彼ってやっぱ、初動は強い。中盤に持ってくかって言われたら持っていかないけど。あ、うちさん。やめて。やめてやめて。ナイス。ナイス。強っ。力士さんが耐えてくれれば 2v1。耐えてる。いった。うわぁ。頑張れ。ナイス。ランベでかっ。どっちもろ。頼む。勝ってくれ。お互いの、いや、ミニポ1しかないぞ。20 HP だ。32 HP 割るぞ。だけど、回復取られたら。嫁さん、おはよう。絶対寝てたよな。回収して。やばい、次だ。今ちょうど歴史さんがいいシーンなのに。日本でちょっとまずいけどな。いや、お願い、この対面勝負マジで勝ってくれたらでかい。ほんで生きてる。歴史さんやられたけど、相方が生きてる。今回ボーダー高くね、高い。本勢ワンチャンまずい、このままだと。特に今日ね、24位以内らしい。25位じゃなくて。24位以内だから。それはね、まずいですね。削られたら痛い。やばい。撃つな。これはギリみたいな。今はね。さっきまで他にもいたけど、寝ちゃった人もいる。 あ、ラルさんじゃないや、ドックさん。すげえ筋肉やな。ドックさんや。やばくね、筋肉いかつ。ラルさんじゃないや、ドックさんは日本語だな。これ日本語で喋ってんの。このデュオ。ルータの筋肉。俺は筋肉、腕はあんまない。俺があの足で足のふくらはぎぐらい。これ謎の掛け合い始まってるし。バンチがないときつくね。マジでもうサイフォン狙い。バンチがないとこれやられるぞ。肉でかっ。肉強っ。タグスパンのでかっ。
Maybe we can sneak on Billy. I'm down. Shall I come now? Get this last? Yeah. Okay. He was here. Come. Run. This is all like. On me. 40. I'm crowdfunding on him. Yeah, I'm on you. Going from right side. Cracked him.
強気すぎだろ。強っ。
Nice.
Dead.
Don't worry. Got him.
味方か。そしたらラルさんたちは、うわ、引き合ってんな、これ。お互いね。ちょっとこれマジで。いや、きつい移動させてくれないな、ラルさんたち。奥さん筋肉すごくね。衣装がさ、中山筋肉いんじゃん。ミノが昔のチャンピオンアックス持ってんだけど。これお互い、マジで何も起きないじゃん。動けないよな。動いたら撃たれるし。ランチに行かなきゃいけないっていう。さっきのさ、ドックさんの衣装、中山きんに君でしょ。あ、恋ピーマンさん久しぶり。まだここのチームやり合ってるんや。あ、違うバトルすぎ？やばいって。 昔のチャンピオンクソ持ってんだけど。え、最後の人、うわ、うわー、詰めに来たな。最近フォートナイト久しぶりにやってハマりました。いいね。ルータはプレイは全然してない。プレイはしてないけど観戦はしてる。一気に詰めてきたな。リフト、何リフトなんてことだ。こういうのをどうしないと。マジ、お互いね、得のない戦いみたいな感じでしょ。正直。川地は以上。あれ打ってんの AM さんだったよな、絶対。最近マイクラやってくれないから。いや、マイクラなんかね、やる気起きんのよな。なんかね、俺はまったりゲーム多分ね、苦手かもしれない。しっかりしろよ。いや、好きなゲームだし、だって嫌いなゲームをさ、無理やりやってもさ、楽しくなくない？あ、ムキムキパパさんだ。お、ヘリコプター降りてきた。何この視点。ビックス。パンチは右端と。今、序盤はもうすぐ終盤じゃねえ、終盤かな。あ、スティンさん倒してる。今中盤かな。どうかというとどうなんだろう。だけども3マッチ目で3マッチ目。あと2マ、これなしであと2マッチしかない。葉っぱの動き機も。フォートナイト側はこれ画質いいからね。配信。やばい。てかミシック MK さ、あれだよな。危な。ミシック MK ハイグラ覚ったらやばい。連射速度えぎいし。デュオだよ、デュオ。うっ。やばい。おっとエミさんナイス。やっば。うわ、何でもワンボックス入ってきたんだけど。ルータが応援してる選手はまあ日本勢はみんなかな。 日本の選手は全員応援してて、あと海外だとサベイ、まあ、この試合っていうか今日出てるので言うとサベイジとかエピックホイールとかかな、あとカナダとか応援してる。まあ明日出る選手とかだったらやっぱ日本の選手はみんなだけど、あとリートとかかな、リートマリブカとか急展開なね、あっという間に勝敗決まるような。エイムさんの最後の顔見てた？ははみたいな顔してたこいつら突っ込んで、こいつらっていうかはぁみたいなやられ方してた。見てて辛いよ。危ねえ、見かけた。いや頑張れ。いやー、アンチ好きだこれ。かけすぎる。お前レベル高えな。やばいやばいやばいやばい。うわ、スペインさんたちもやられた。メロにやられたな。あ、メロも応援してる。メロも好き。パッド勢、なんかパッド勢めっちゃ好きやから。うわ、シェロンさんもやられたわ。やばい。ウィキシーさんがどうなってんだろう。蘇生されたのかな。生きてる。強っ。うまっ。はい。回復ないからいいな。まあそう、物資いい人と悪い人マジ分かれるからね。ウキシーさん生きてる？ケロンさん生きてんね。見当たらない。ブーがタレット持ってきた。タレットやっぱさ、終盤はマジガチの終盤強そうじゃない？石井さんが見当たらないな。やられたか。あ、サベージも応援してるんで、サベージ。だっけ。イケメンだし。声かっこいいし。大人もいいし。バットマンブーガで、あ、そう、あのブーガだよ。はい、超有名な。世界大会のソロの3億円取った人。スキンにもなった人。これグラファー6回優勝してるビッグオイルで、超有名なクリックス。クリックスも昔から大人でめっちゃ有名。海外勢でマジでタレットね、一回狙った敵ずっと撃ち続けるからガチ強い。初動とかめっちゃ強かったね、見てる限り。クリックスイケメンだよな。ミスターサベージのイケメンだよ。日本勢誰か生きてる？シェロンさんくらいかな今。うわ、クリックスやられた？今ので一瞬。いや、だけどエピックホイールならタレット持ってきてるわ。うわやばくね？削られ方やば。 削られ方やっば。カナダ応援してる選手。相方はダメージ。やっぱ削られ方今の。グロテスク。マレットに殺されてるチーム。おしのさん頑張れ日本チーム。3キルしてんじゃん。いいよ頑張れ。アンチがすごい登るやん。またやばいやばいやばいやばい。俺さっき言ったことが起きちゃったかもしれない。ハイグラミシック MK 持ったらやばくねっていうシーン。タレットどうなんだろうね。中盤まで持っていけるかって話だな。けどまだ21パーティーだからな。全然12ポイント入ってないからここからだよな。うわやばい。中盤解説入る一球する。さあシェロンさんチーム。さあ味方はちょっとムキムキパパさんがやられてしまい、残り18パーティーの17パーティーの28人。さあシェロンさん1人でどう攻略していくか。残り26人です。さあ読み方がわからないがカゼンさんロケット持ってるんで移動には楽ちんでしょうですが、ちょっとアンチが崖アンチなのでちょっとひどいアンチですねこれ。さあ下1枚資材が残りないので目の前の獲得を取りたい。さあここは資材獲得、リフレッシュ獲得したものの漁夫が来てやられてしまいます。さあ次の視点、カナダ選手、前回の FNCS 優勝者。さあ現在いい感じで、さあ次の選手バデアル選手。さあ体力が残り 32HP、 ちょっときついがチャグスポをかければ体力回復できます。しかし資材も残り15枚、ちょっと資材も持たない模様なんで住民ポイントを1ポイントでも多く伸ばしていきたいところ。さあ残り10パーティーとなります。さあ HP を回復し、ちょっとアンチがひどいので高低差ですね。さあ目の前1人やったもののここは別場にやられカナダ選手に視点が移ります。さあアンチ外の敵を殺入れ、資材は残り19枚。ちょっと回復がないので機械リフレッシュ欲しいところではあります。さあ残り7パーティー、もう終盤の終盤。さあアンチはメガシティアンチ。ここは高低差がさらに激しい。建物も入り混じってきますね。さあこのアンチはちょっとひどいぞ。さあ落ちてた物資をゲットし資材はマックス。しかし残り1人。おっとここはカナダ選手やられてしまいます。さあ現在3キルブラッシュさん。さあここハイグラからの打ち放題、42のダメージを入れ、おっとここはスピリットブレーカー。さあクラスパッドを使い目の前の敵を100カット。さあここ入り込みたいところだが目の前やれるか。さあここはショットガンで落ち着いて相方が倒して、さあ上からロケット発進。さあここはロケットはやられてしまいます。さあ残り数別。ここを勝つのはどっちだ。さあローグラ VS 中盤とハイグラ。建物の中の攻防の戦いです。さあどっちが勝つか。さあここは緊張の対面です。さあここはジップラインで一気に登ったものの上のフルカウンター。さあ目の前を1人落とし残りは 2v1 となります。資材は残り7枚。いやこの有利的には2人の方が有利だが140ワンパン。さあ逆転が。さあここは逆転してデューク選手が勝っていった。やばすぎやばすぎ。うまっ何今のうまっ。
That was one of the plays of the tournament so far. The 2v2 situation. You're left solo on your own, and suddenly you jump and you get that shot. Talk me through it.
I'm just in shock. That was like
I don't know. I just one pumped the first kid and side jump and just hit the other one. I don't know. That was crazy.
It was centered and polarized. You took out your North American brothers. Does that make it any more satisfying?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And I've got to come over to you. That must have been terrifying watching your partner in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going for a play and it didn't really work, but I'm just playing the best player in the world. You just won it. I don't know.
So, Edgy, what's happening then when your partner is solo? Are you talking to him, or are you just letting him feel and listen to what's happening?
I mean, since I'm knocked, I can't really see much, so I'm just kind of letting him focus, do his own thing. But I mean, if I was spectating him, I'd be able to help him out a bit, but right there, I wasn't able to help.
And just how much did you need this victory royale today?
A lot, just so like I could get the qual out the way. Yeah, needed a lot.
And hopefully we will see you in Sunday. I mean, the chances are now very high. What would it mean for you to raise that trophy tomorrow?
It'd mean the world to me.
And you?
I mean, it's just my dream. I just want to, it'd be amazing.
Well, Dukes, I hope your dreams come true. Thank you so much, Edgy, as well. Congratulations, Copenhagen. Let's hear
Duke.
it.
Dukes.
Dude.
What on earth are we seeing transpire here on LAN? There is no world where stuff like this can happen, and Dukes just says, watch me. My gosh, the story of this as well. Scented up against Edgy, old teammates. Edgy goes on to win an FNCS. Scented looking for that title. Old teammates head to head, and Dukes is the one to slam the door closed.
I mean, I think we all knew that Dukes had it in him. We've seen him perform on a high level for such a long time. To lose Edgy in this moment, and like you said, the edit with the one pump right there, the side jump, and then another was absolutely incredible, Levin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting ready to come up here and start talking about how I didn't think that was the best play from Edgy, and I was wondering why he decided to go up on his own and Dukes wasn't there. But Dukes just completely throwing out the window, right? There are no situations where you expect the solo player to win that, right?
I mean,
you know, you don't expect him to go in and just hit both one pumps just so easily.
You saw Duke's reaction. I don't even think he expected to be able to do that. So I cannot wait to see how far they're going to be jumping up now. And that was just such an incredible end to that game. You know that's going to give them the confidence boost that they need.
Yeah. NA going head to head for that last victory royale moment. Now, of course, I didn't forget one big key factor here. It's 11-2K and Kelly Link are joining us here on the analyst desk. You guys give them a quick warm welcome, but my gosh, that was insane. Let's jump to the standings. Remember, if you're just tuning in, this is the Global Championship. At the end of the day, we're looking to come top 20 to move on to tomorrow. Chubbs, Bryce, they started the day with the Victory Royale, and they have not let go of that #1 spot. But as we take a look at this leaderboard, I mean, this stuff is changing. Agers and Kanata. Yesterday's performance, lackluster. Today, though, a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Kanata definitely having a better day now that he's not having to go up to the likes of Thomas HD and Malibuka right there. But even when he does lose Ager, you know that Kanata is focusing in right now and is able to grab some great eliminations with Agers.
Yeah, and I mean, he's repaying the favor, right? It was only a couple games ago where Agers was the one that was, you know, doing his best solo sort of efforts to try and survive in these games. I think the big thing here is, like you said, right, they're not having to deal with the pressure of going up against Thomas and Malibuka. Kanata themselves said, look, when they come into there, we're going to be much more prepared, and they're definitely delivering on that right now.
For sure, for sure. Now, just a reminder here, we are halfway through the competition today. So the players will have a little bit of a moment here to get up, go grab a snack, go talk to the coaches, whatever, decompress. Because we have 2 more games before we call today close. Much to discuss so far. I'd love to kind of get your guys' thoughts. You've been watching the games. I wanted to kind of see where you guys are at coming in so far.
I mean, for me, I think we've seen a lot of incredible performances from teams that I think a lot of people kind of wrote out. And I just want to talk about Batman, Booga, and Rapid. Batman Booga has been a player that has grown over the last few years right here, and jumping up into this 3rd place spot, I think, showcases it so well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's not an easy situation, especially coming into this stage of the competition when you're in that lower bracket. It's very, very, very difficult. Of course, you see now the effects for Duke and Edgy in terms of that performance hasn't on them, right, where they're now sitting in 14th. They're a lot more comfortable of a position for them. But then when you look at some of the other names here, you know, there are a couple of these names where even though they're currently in that top 25, they need, you know, to continue that because there are definitely names people will expect. And just sitting on the bubble there, Poda Science, Snazy, 23rd. I personally want to see them qualify just because I want the M8 fans here on Sunday. You know what I mean? I want to hear them going out. But of course, very, very close to being on the edge there.
Another big team that we're looking at right now on that screen was Fatch and Pamsto, another fan favorite right there. Very close to the bubble of the 25 that are going to be moving forward to tomorrow.
That's right. And I think something we need to call out from yesterday is in the top 25, yesterday was 91 points. That's the target that got people in yesterday. Now, of course, today's a different day. That's fine. But still, we know if you can even just break 100 points, you very well might be guaranteed to go to the Global Championship Grand Finals. Levin, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit. So right now, yesterday and a little bit of today, we're seeing NA maybe show up a little more aggressively than we see EU has. Why do you think that is?
A big part of what I've seen in these games that's been super interesting is just actually how the mid-ground and low-ground lanes are being played, right? I think one thing about the NA teams that we've seen that's been so effective for them, a lot of them being a lot more proactive, right, in these moving zones, making sure they're getting ahead, looking back for refreshes where possible. Even in situations where we're going into these end games, a lot of the time the NA duos are together, right? You look at some of the teams from other regions, a lot of solo play having to go on, and it's not an easy lobby to solo clutch in, right? Whereas these NA duos good at very much staying together, staying ahead of the zone, and being able to capitalize that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that we're also seeing a lot of these NA players kind of pulling out some not necessarily unheard of strats, but I do think that they're kind of surprising the rest of the lobby in this situation.
Yeah, do you guys feel like nerves are playing a factor? It just feels like this is the time that we need to be pulling out everything we have, right? With 2 games left to go, we have to make sure we do everything we can to be in the top 25. A lot of duos outside of that bubble, that time, that window is closing very, very rapidly. So what are just a handful of things we can maybe change up? Is it the off-spawn fights? Is it Storm Surge? Like, what is getting in the way?
Well, we've already seen some changes, especially in that game where JMod decided to change his drop spot from Clicks to Moneymaker, and obviously that didn't work out for him because Moneymaker was able to grab that elimination. So I don't know if a lot of these teams are going to be trying to change their drop spots, more so how they handle their drop spots instead of going for the 50-50, maybe backing off a little bit. And we are seeing a lot of these duos have a good time where they know when to disengage.
Yeah, for sure. For me, I look at it and I go, it's going to be a lot about what happens in the mid game, right? I think that's where in any sort of global competition, when you have so many different teams from so many different regions, the difference making a lot of these games is what you can actually do, the places you maneuver, how you get your surge, right? Certain teams are accustomed to doing things in their region, right? They know the team in a POI nearby is going to behave in a certain way or take certain positions. You come into this lobby, it's completely different. You know, certain places where you would typically go for big damage that go to your surge total, you can't go there now. You're not getting that same damage. How do you adapt to that? That's where a lot of these teams are struggling, and that's where you're going to have to, you know, make up the difference if you want to start pushing yourself into the top 25.
I love this conversation. We'll continue to talk about this, but first, Mini Miner. We've got him standing by with Amar. Mini Miner. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Absolutely. I'm here with the legend, Amar himself. Everybody, we got a little bit of round of applause there. I mean, you're a legend. I mean, that's great. Okay, get it then. Okay. He's a legend. I mean, we don't need to tell you that. But, I mean, you are a legend in the EU scene, right? It's a global competition. For those that don't know you, what do you do? What is your role in the community?
Basically, I'm doing like viewing parties for like, I think 4 years now. I was playing competitive myself. I was Summer Skirmish winner week 6, I think, back in the day. So I was a pro, kind of, but then I just got too old, too bad. Yeah, and then the stage is like for all the young people, you know, making their bag, their living out of it, and being with passion about it. And same with me, but I'm doing viewing parties, you know, and this is what I do, and I host my tournaments, and yeah, some in-game stuff. That's what I do.
I love it. Now, of course, you are here in attendance doing a viewing party yourself. Tell me what you thought of the game so far. Have you been enjoying it?
Oh, I'm saying yesterday was crazy. Like yesterday, every end game was hilarious. Like you couldn't predict who was winning, who was on top, and you know they're making clutches. This Siphon is the best invention ever. I think everyone should applaud for Siphon here in this hall. Siphon is.
思った。ちょっと待って。いいところじゃないけど。
But yeah, I think like today was also like really focused. Like a lot of German players are playing right now, and I'm cheering for them. Vidil just qualified with Mr. Savage. Like I just love this. Reason has to qualify with Janice, and Vico has to qualify with Pink. Same as Click. So you know, I'm cheering for a lot of players. Hen as well. Yeah, my boys are over there.
That's great. Now, we know who you're cheering for. Of course, you're doing a viewing party. What has your chat reaction been like? Tell us, give us a little insight into those vibes. Who are they cheering for?
Oh, same as me. I think that's why we're so similar. And also for the Frenchies, of course, for Snazy, Partizan, you know, make it up for them. Gentlemates, great organization as well, yeah. They're doing good stuff.
That's great to hear. Now, thank you very much for coming on this interview. Just quickly before we go, where can people find you online?
They can find me anywhere with Amar, yeah.
Amar, easy as that. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll leave it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Amar. It is fantastic to see you, and we're happy that you could be here for this event. Man, oh man, there's still so much to talk about. We have about another 9 minutes before we start kicking the competition back off. Let's talk about Storm Surge. You kind of talked about it a little bit, but I want to break that down more. It seems like a lot of these duos are having these issues. Now, of course, I do want to set that through the lens of this is a global championship. These are the very best duos in the world, so I'd imagine Storm Surge is definitely difficult.
I mean, it's definitely difficult, but if we're going to talk about the best players, then we got to talk about Savage and Vidil, of course. What they did in game number 3 to deal with their Storm Surge is that they were able to kind of split up just a little bit so that they were getting better angles onto Mega City, especially with how the zone pulled, making sure that they had every position.
いいところで止まんないでちょっと。止まるめっちゃ。
The ability to hit them kind of shots.
Another great strategy was what we saw Seven Man and Cal Gamer do, where they just third-partied 2 teams there. And that definitely seemed to work out for them, being able to make it all the way into the end game.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many little things, like even carrying a player down onto the slurp plants, having it regenerate them, and then continuing to build up that damage. Our players, how have they been dealing with it? Take a look at this listen-in.
Watch out, there's more people in Tilted. How many whites did you bring?
I have you have two medkits on you. I have 2 medkits too.
Okay.
I brought 4.
Look north. People are gonna get ahead of us north. We fry them. Northwest.
I'm staring at north.
40 crack.
Yep. The recheck hole. Look.
Yeah. No, I can't.
Go. Take them.
30.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get the ridge. Come. The peeking. Look. This is way here, and then we just crash pad, I think. We need to look for some surge. Wow. There's a team right here, by the way. I'm waiting for them to move.
60.
Nice.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy.
I'm down.
Shall I come now? Get this last?
Yeah.
Okay. He was here. Come. Run. This is all like... On me. 40. I'm crash padding on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going from outside.
Cracked him. Dead.
Nice, bro.
Don't worry.
Got him.
画質悪い。なんで？なんかマジさっき調子悪い。
You have to deal with it.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was the key, right? All the different types of ways, right? We saw certain players making these sneaky plays where you're trying to sneak up on a team you know is not maybe going to be aware of where you exactly are. You have teams just basing up, straight up. You have players actually just waiting for anything, right? When you're shambles with Surge, you'll just take anything you can get, right? We saw that kind of situation as well. So many different ways to deal with that.
Fantastic. Oh, there we go. Well, guess what? We actually have a very special interview. French community, I feel like y'all are going to be really excited. We got Frankie standing by with Stacey and Photoside.
I do. Stacey, what's it like hearing your fans out in the arena?
Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, all of fun.
He says merci. And they hear him and they love it. Got to come to you, Photoside. I need to ask, what went wrong yesterday?
Yesterday we have a problem with the Storm Surge, and we didn't play our games, so we did a bad game. And today I think we play already better, but it's not finished. There is 2 more games, and I hope we qualify.
I hope you qualify too, because you've given me this interview, so now I have to root for you. You're currently in 23rd position. I want to ask about the first game. We saw you go to Rift Island, but you didn't really fight Hen for it. So tell me, is that something you're intending to do going forward?
Yeah, we take the island because we want to farm more because we have a lot low mats and we got below third. We need to hit some degate and we try to fight someone, but I die and Podasai clutch this game.
Podasai has been left on his own early in games 1 and game 2. You definitely struggle with mats as well in game 2. Tell me how you feel when you are left to solo clutch it out.
I think solo I'm the best player, so I'm very confident, and when I'm solo I'm unstoppable. So I clutch every game, and that's it.
Well, I can't wait to see if you can clutch out a game later today. But before I let you go, because the fans are out there cheering your every answer, would you like to say something to them in French? I'll let the two of you stand side by side and share the microphone.
Can I say it in French?
Bien sûr.
Merci beaucoup à tous les fans de Gentleman, ça fait vraiment plaisir que vous soyez tous là. Vous nous apportez beaucoup de soutien, on vous voit tous crier quand on arrive et tout. Vraiment, merci énormément d'être venus. Et puis on va essayer de se qualifier pour vous rendre fiers.
Une dernière fois les gars, Gentle.
He's going for the win. Merci à tous. Thank you so much. Thank you fans as well.
Thank you so much, Frankie. What a fantastic interview. You can see the French community going absolutely crazy. I believe the saying is "Allez les bleus." Is that right?
That's all the French I know, really.
That's it. That's it. I hope that was enough for y'all. We love y'all. They're so passionate. So are the players. The fans here have been absolutely amazing. If you were able to make it out here, man, the energy here, the vibes here, it's just unlike anything else.
And you have to feel that that's definitely inspiring the French duo with all these players, all of these fans respecting, giving them shout outs and everything. And I think that in an instance where they might have had some tournament jitters, I think those are now gone.
Well, yeah, you'd say that, but then again, it's like they're 23rd right now, sitting just on the edge, right? It's getting close for them. They have to make good use of these last couple of games. I think they can do it though. I think they've shown today that in a clutch situation, one of them is going to step up. Of course, it's been Podasai a couple times, but I really do believe in these guys and their ability to make it through.
I mean, definitely with that high-set accelerant shotgun right there, he was able to not just grab eliminations, but also move through the zone as a solo player. Mobility is so important. So being able to do that, being able to just get a few more points with that was definitely beneficial.
For sure. Another duo that jumps to mind, Janice and Reason. Amar actually talked about them on his recent interview. Another duo looking to end the day in the top 25. How do you guys feel like they've been performing so far on the day?
I think you'd probably say they're near enough safe, right? I think that's what Amar feels. I think that's probably what they will be feeling as well. Realistically, Janice and Reason are a team that I don't think should have been playing in the last chance major whatsoever, right? I think this is a team that is more than good enough to have qualified straight.
Oh.
They should have been here when you think about it, right? And so I think, you know, these guys will be happy knowing that they've probably done enough to make it in there, and they'll have a big chip on their shoulders coming into Sunday, because definitely a team with a lot of pedigree, a lot of fans, a high status, and all the ability in the world.
So you're already calling that they're making it into Grands tomorrow.
Wait. Is that 11 2K guarantee?
I can guarantee that Janice and Reason will be playing tomorrow.
Well, we have proof. We have proof.
The script is leaked.
That's it. The script of the future is leaked. But of course, for all you fans, if you believe in duos out there, please just shower them in love and support. Tweet at them, send them, I don't even know, all kinds of messages on all social medias. Just support them, right? These are some of the very best players in the world. They've worked so hard to be there, be here. So please just send love their way. We are getting closer and closer, and all my heart can think about is that bubble, the pressure. If I am anxious, I know these players are.
Well, I think a duo that's probably not too anxious right now is Chubbs and Bryce. And although they didn't have the best game 3 that we saw, I think they went around in zone 9, which again is pretty good after their performances in games 1 and 2 right now. I think that they're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, no, these guys have been very, very good today. And that's an understatement, right, when you're in first place. Chubbs and Bryce, they've just been so locked in, right? I've been to the player lounge a couple times throughout the event, and every single time I always see Bryce just there, grinding, locked in, ready, practicing. because they knew coming into today, they were not going to let this moment slip past them, right? They came in with clear intentions, and they're showing that they're going to be a formidable team come tomorrow.
Yeah. Is there anybody else that kind of stands out, or you know, you would argue is going to kind of affect the lobby as a whole? I mean, Mr. Savage, the deal, right? Currently sitting in that top 10, probably a lock. I'd say highly likely, 99.9%.
Stop jinxing these
My bad,
kings.
my bad. Caster curse, my bad.
Nah, they are locked.
Yeah.
They're cool.
Is that 11? I'm just kidding.
No. We're not doing that again, mate. We're not doing that whole spiel.
But sure, you know, these guys being able to come through tomorrow, again, maybe a duo that probably should not have made it as far as the last chance, but it should have kind of gotten through before, but...
One placement off, right?
One placement off,
Best
right?
variety.
How can we maybe see them affect the lobby tomorrow?
I think honestly that they're doing a pretty good job showcasing their ability today right here. They've kind of shown a lot of strats that showcase why they are in the position that they're in the top 10 right now. I think they're doing a great job, and I think they just kind of need to keep going with what they're doing.
It's interesting, right? Because when you talk about the effect they can have on the lobby tomorrow, I'm going to expect something very different from them. I think when you look at the way they've played throughout the year, the way they've even played here, it's been impressive in terms of then maybe shaking up what we expect to see tomorrow. I wouldn't maybe go that far, right? Maybe with the Chubbs and Bryce, it's different because we've seen in these games the way they're playing height is a bit different to some of the NA teams. You know, we've seen the EU teams dominate. Not many of the NA teams been playing for height. Those guys were. So again, when I see shake-ups in the lobby, I think, okay, how do these guys come into the equation? Savage of it was more of like they slot right in, right? You sort of know what you can expect from them. They slot right in. A couple end games here and there, you're going to see them popping off. Obviously, as a Mr. Savage and Vidal fan, I want to see more than that, right? But I think that's where they sort of fit in. It's a lot more of a comfortable fit for them.
Well, you're saying, you know, they're not really going for height right there, but with all the performances we've seen from the low and mid ground these last 3 games, I don't think they need to go for height. They're grabbing eliminations, and they're also able to take that first place spot from the low to mid ground, which isn't a typical thing we see.
That's right. Well, we are getting word. Games are ready to go for us. Wait, just kidding. That's in a moment, but I do want to highlight here. Let's talk about Clicks.
Oh, yeah.
Clicks fans, Arena.
Oh, yeah.
Let me hear you.
Clicks fans, are you guys awake? Are the Clicks fans awake?
I think they're awake.
They're awake. Clicks and Epic Whale currently in 22nd. The job's not done, right? We're right here on the bubble. A single mistake could have them fall out of that top 25. But for the duo right now, are they performing at your expectations currently?
I mean, you know, Epic Whale has that 6X on his name for a reason. You know that he's an incredible champion, and Clicks obviously a great player as well. And they're making it to the end game pretty much every single time. They're just having some issues getting into that 11th zone, 12th zone position there. But they definitely have the aggression. They're not having any issues off of drop or rotations in this moment. And honestly, I kind of like that Epic Whale is setting himself up for any situation. We saw him carry the turret there into the end game, which we also saw Batman Booga do as well, which just gives you a little bit more safety.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about that duo is that I actually don't think it's been one of their best performances, but they're just doing enough right to stay within that threshold. I think we're having to see it come down to a lot of individual brilliance from each one in these end games, right? How many games have we seen now where Clicks is hitting a couple big back-to-back shots and he goes down, or Epic Whale's doing the same thing? Again, it's like they're not playing the best, but they're making things happen, they're making things work. What happens in these last couple games, Kelly, when they maybe do start to play at their best?
I mean, I'm excited to see. I think the only issue that we're having here is that these mid-game engagements that they're having, they're using a lot of mats and then not able to recover that towards the end game. So if they're able to kind of work around that a little bit, they're going to have a much better time in our final 2 games.
And on top of that, many duos, right, finding themselves in these situations where it's just a solo rider. They're kind of finding these engagements where they're trying to split up the map as much as they can, and then suddenly a duo's waiting. They're strike, hey, this person's by himself, take them down. I feel like, you know, is that the kind of route we want to go? Is that high risk, high reward worth it? Savage earlier on, the very beginning of the show was like, yeah, it's a risk, it's a reward.
思った。なんで調子悪いんだけど。俺のグリーンフィード。なんで俺のだけそんな調子悪いの？超えた。
all of these players, he was able to use exactly what he had in his toolbox and use that to his advantage and be able to place even higher than what we would expect him to in a solo situation.
For sure, Kanata there. He's just doing, being him. There was a duo I did want to highlight. It's Cal Gamer and 7man from Middle East. Right now, it's looking like this could be the second Middle Eastern team to qualify, go into grand finals.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And we saw how confident Cal Gamer was yesterday, right? When he was being interviewed, the most confident man in the arena potentially, how confident he was. And understandably so, right? They've had success in their region, back-to-back major champions over there, and now sort of looking to deliver here. And I think it's been a much better day from them, right? We've been seeing them over, being able to claim the mythic weapons and sort of go about their day in a much more controlled and comfortable manner.
Yeah, that mythic MK7 definitely helped them out just a little bit, but also their positioning, even in situations, again, right here, when we see him in a solo situation, able to do whatever he can, grabbing 6 eliminations before being dropped, and using these opportunities also to third-party other players, grab as many elimination points as they can too. I mean, again, I've said it a few days ago, Cal Gamer is an incredibly intelligent player. He just studies the game more than anyone that I know, and that's showcased today.
For sure. I wanted to highlight Brazil here for a moment. We saw them performing well just a couple games ago. PH Zin and Kitos. I feel like, we haven't quite had the BR representation as we did at Invitational, but I still hear y'all up there, which is crazy. For PHN and Kitos, I want to see more of their play. I kind of want to see more of what they're capable of.
I mean, we saw what they were capable of in game number 2 there, grabbing a handful of eliminations and finding at the exact right moment on the mid ground to make their move to the high ground. And that's what put them up into the very final moments of that game.
I think the interesting thing with a team like this, right, is the pressure that comes with having done well at an event before, right, where people sort of come into this one going, hey, we expect Kitos and PHN to come in and do their thing. And obviously, when you're playing here in that sort of lower bracket, it isn't necessarily where you'd want to be and where you'd want to have to do it, but they have still showed up where necessary today, and I think that's been impressive. Some of these shots here were absolutely spectacular, and so more of that tomorrow would definitely be ideal for sure.
And of course, another Brazilian team, King and Phaser, showing up so huge. See, there we go. That's right. We got to give the French community a run for their money, BR. That's what this is about. Thank you.
You're trying to start rioting there, man. You gotta calm down.
I just want, we all are here because of our love for Fortnite. And if that means we go crazy, we chant, we cheer, we laugh, we cry, I'm about that life. But for King and for Phaser, King has surprised me. I feel like for me, King is one of those guys. It just doesn't matter what his situation is in. He's like, I've got nothing. Doesn't matter. All I have is 2 sniper rifles. That's crazy. How about double headshots? Like, he just is so adaptable so quickly. I don't know how anyone could deal with that if they were to go all the way.
I mean, we saw King set himself up for success as well, and I just think that it hasn't really worked the way that they wanted to just yet for today. Obviously, we saw the incredible snipe headshots yesterday, and we saw him again earlier on in the day today with, I think it was 2 snipers, so he's definitely prepping himself for that moment once again, but he's just missing the mark a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, again, it's like the highlight plays have been there. No doubt about that. We're getting them highlight plays, but we want to see more by way of the actual standings on the leaderboard, right? 43rd place. We want to see them a lot higher than that. We want to see them competing tomorrow, I did.
For sure, for sure. Is there any duos that are standing out to you we haven't had a chance to cover yet?
I mean, Batman Booga. I've already talked about them though.
Okay,
yeah,
you can't. Again with the NA West, Kelly's always like, yeah.
Any opportunity.
Talk about a duo? How about someone for NA West?
Oh, you know what? We talked about them yet? I don't know if we talked about them.
Okay, all right. What do you want to talk about Batman Booga besides him being incredible?
He's incredible. That's all I wanted to say.
Any opportunity to bring up an NOS team. Let me just bring up a random EU team. Just bring up any EU team and let's just talk.
That's why I have all of you separate. It's like, I want to talk about NA. It's like, oh, Vivid, where's he? NA West. Kelly, where's she? 11-2K, Mini Minor, EU. It's just an easy little moment there to do. I wanted to kind of highlight here a listen in from Dukes and Edgy. Wanted to see and catch up with their comms in one of their plays. Take a look.
3 minis. I'm like pretty shammed.
You just cross-butted from here.
Okay. Look for Surge. 55 above. Look, hard left.
Okay.
Got cracked. Dirty blue.
Yeah. Play
These teams
back,
are getting
right,
it. They're
right,
coming. They're
right,
coming. Look. Spray this. Spray this. 33 white. Can you crash on us?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. I'm doing it.
It curves to the left. I'm in.
Nice. I got 2 kills there.
Man, I still just cannot believe that moment from Dukes earlier. I just look at Edgy going, oh my gosh, we did not get to see that before. I'm so thankful we have a million cameras pointed at the stage because, man, just to celebrate and bask in that moment, like a victory out. Let's just be clear here. Your duo doesn't always need to get a victory out to place high, right? Consistency will always be king. But man, does that victory out feel good, especially in an arena like this, in front of these fans.
Yeah, that's the joy of a man who knows he's been saved at the end there, you know? when Eddie went down, he was thinking, oh no, it's 2v2, I've just gone down, oh my goodness. And then Duke clutches and he's like, let's go, you know? He realizes in that moment, like, everything went to plan, you know, nothing wrong there. And of course, right, both incredible players, you know, we saw them during Major 2 and they won. And a lot of people, you know, sort of looked at them and went, yeah, man, it was a bit of a fluke. I don't know how these guys did it, but they're here to prove people wrong, right? You know, it wasn't a fluke. These are very good players, top players within their region. And I think they can keep hitting shots like, you know, Dukes was hitting towards the end there. Boy, oh boy, we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, it was absolutely an incredible run. Dukes himself just didn't seem like he even knew what he did right there or how.
Take over, snap, headshot, victory out. Just another day in the life of Dukes. Now, a duo, I feel like y'all Danish fans would be excited about Steno and Lucy. Looking to qual here. Yeah, Danish fans. We got Danish fans, PR fans, French fans. We got it all. Collecting them all like Infinity Stones. Fantastic stuff. But these guys right now sitting in 8th place. Talk to me about this duel. Maybe some fans are just tuning in. They've had a kind of a long day. They want to catch up on some Fortnite. Talk to me about it.
Listen, Steno and Lucy started the day off strong, and I'm ready to see them in game number 4.
These guys do what they do. It's typical Danish duo, very consistent, very efficient in their actions, and they're delivering today.
Well, speaking of delivering, it is time. Game number 4 is upon us. So let's kick it on over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Great games we've been having. I'm joined with the great Monster D-Face as well.
Hey, man, listen, when you see us, you know the games are just about here, and it sounds like we're going to be gearing up here shortly. I can't wait, especially after those explosive clutch moments from Dukes, and it sounds like game number 4 is ready.
始まった途端画質悪くなる。始まった途端画質良くないと。フリーじゃん。うわー、ここマジ初動対決やな。お、そうです。でかすぎ。逃げられたけどキル獲得できたからでかすぎ。何売ってんのってどういうこと？ ナイス。なんで俺の配信だけ画質悪いのこれ。ラケンどういうこと？見よう。うん、来た、ハイド。ビリビリ。ナイス。やーべ、いっぱいいった。やばい、日本勢がめっちゃやり合ってる。やばい、米なんじゃない、画質が。あね。いや、武器強いあるさ。頑張れ、この試合。よし。武器強い、武器強い。
On the right, like towards quickly.
Yeah.
You're killing me there.
Come on, please be AR. I got AR.
Nice on the right.
Dead.
Yo.
Yuri.
います、さよなら、おやすみ。ナイスサベージ。ボッパーさん倒してる。 ガチ画質悪い。なんでさっき俺の画質悪いの？配線の問題？もっとし。画質がモザイクかかった。お風呂入りながら見る。はい。ああ、お風呂入りながら見る。配信最高ね。俺もよくお風呂で動画とか見るときめっちゃいいよね。お風呂の中で見るさ、動画とか配信めっちゃいいよね。湯船に浸かりながら見るのが一番好き。やめて、ちょっと待って。治った。あ、さっき俺の、それ。この調子悪い。待って。ね。新しいのにしよう。切り替えです。固まった。なんかさ、俺の今日調子悪いんだけど。なんで？富士山通してナイス。生きるしてんじゃん。強すぎ。よくなったよくなった。なんかね、調子悪いな。なんでだろう。やばいやばい、これ嬉しい。おー。やばいやばいやばい。ブーガが押しつぶされた。ブーが押しつぶされたよ。昨日ずっと外出良かったんだけどな。今日悪いな。タレット持ってきてるね。白野さんと戦ってる。うわ、強っ。ムキパパさん倒してる。いや、白野さんたち行きそうじゃない？今日予選突破。いけそうな感じする俺。白野さんたち。うわ。けどアンチ外なんだよね。この試合伸ばせれば余裕だな。ダメ高っ。 ス店員さんたち。やば。51ってやばくね？ラジオ誰も行かなそう。かけるね。なんて言ってんの応援。ダージにしか聞こえない。ゆうまさん倒してる。店員さんたちも来た、空地も。空地もいすぎじゃね？うい。やばい、なんかルータもちょっと眠気が来てきたかも。目が眠くなってきた。日本勢ビクライしてくんないかな。そしたら絶対目覚める。うわ、来たって。 歴史その中でキルしてるね。やば、4 HP 同じ以上じゃん。次だろ。叫んでる。Let's fucking go! ピコがギリギリなんだ。ナイス？倒してるね。いいんじゃない日本勢。 やば。日本チーム結構きついっすよ。頑張れ。本気でしてる。うわっ。やり方やば。かわいそう。ね、思った。アジアビクラ歩くね。スティンさんたちあるぞ。だけど。けどね、スティンさんたち2人か。あ、やられた。イエマさんもやられた。あ、スティンさんがイエマさんやったんだ。シロンさんは歩くね。キココさんもやられた。気づけばもうアジアスいなくなっちゃった2ハンチやられた。やばい、6キル出すぎ。これあるぞ。1個あるわ。ね、やばくね。これ熱い。これめっちゃ熱い。
I think that might have been the most important victory royale we've seen so far. Boys, I think you were 30th on the leaderboard going to that one. And you, Vico, had the game of your life. How on earth did you manage to get so many eliminations?
It's because Pink's just the go to tarping and everything else. He fully clutched mid-game, I'm not gonna lie.
You did clutch. Talk me through what happened.
I had 7 kills, Vico had 4.
Oh, this is what I've just been told by the producer in my ear. I am sorry. Justice for Pink, everybody. I apologize. I mean, 4 prelims is pretty impressive. All right then, Pink, what was your favorite elimination of the 7?
Killing Mero and Cooper, because we had nothing, and I just killed both of them, and it just revived the game. I don't know, bro. God, it's the greatest, bro. My mum's life. Oh my God.
How did you manage to get yourself together to get those 2 eliminations, though? Because you were on the back foot.
I mean, a duo like me and Vico, like, we don't need loot. Like, we have the fragging capabilities over the course of the last 2 days. We haven't been able to show it. But I just told Vico, just keep a positive mindset. No matter what throughout the game, don't give up. We'll get them kills. Like, good enough. We got them kills, we came back and we won the game. I can't lie, I knew that we would call. I just had to put the belief into Vico.
Why do you think it did take you so long to put up the performance we know you were capable of?
We were struggling with Surge a bit, and we kind of choked some mid-games, but we got it now, I figured it out, and yeah, it's gonna go better now.
I did speak to Pink yesterday about how you became this unlikely double act and how he's taught you a few things in game. Why don't you tell me what you've learned since joining this man?
I've learned how to use my brain actually, and not just like use my capabilities of being able to fight and my mechanics. So I'm actually thinking more now, and I'm capable of using my brain cells. So
I'm glad you've learned to use your brain cells. I've got to head back to the desk, but before we do, I know your mum is in the audience. She's always by your side. Have you got any words for her?
Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for being the best mom in the world.
Well, hopefully that is enough to get you into tomorrow's grand final, because I don't know how you beat a performance like that. Everybody give it up for Pink and Vico!
Let's go. As they stated, they've been trying to put up this performance for 2 days, and now what a better time to do it than on the penultimate game. Double-digit eliminations, Pink and Vico. Let's go, boys. And this is all off the back of Vico's recent win, right? Getting the Red Bull contested overall win. Now, I mean, I don't even know what to say, Levin. What do I say here?
It's just spectacular from these two. The game sort of started, and they were lingering around that 40-point mark, and I was looking at them and I was going, I don't know how these guys are going to call right now. It's not looking good at all. I was getting really worried. Then all throughout the game, Kenny, I just keep seeing their names in the feed, right? You know, Pink throughout the mid-game, seeing his name in the feed. I'm thinking, I know what's happening here. I know exactly. I've seen it so many times from Pink in particular, even with previous duels, but obviously Pink and Vico, where he needs a clutch game, and he's like, let's just key, let's W key, let's just go in, and they can do it. They have that fragging ability.
Honestly, Pink is so excited right there, but I think Levin was even more excited. It was great watching that game with him. And I know that you and him talked about the mid-game, but honestly, it started from the early game there with Pink and Vico going up against Batman, Booga, and Rapid. They were able to take one down, but then played it safe. They didn't go on the aggression, which worked out really well for them, because then there was a third party that came in and did clean up Batman, Booga. But then, of course, we saw the eliminations that they got in the mid-game, and then in the end game there, they played the mid-ground really well, waited for it to be around 7 teams left, and then that's when they went for the high ground.
I think Pink finally knows what pressure makes. It's diamonds, right? And these guys are diamonds, and they've been shining in that game. I mean, the pressure on them. You mentioned, right, obviously, you know, winning Red Bull contested for Vico, what a moment that was for him. Obviously, Pink last year won Gamers 8, right? So, like, these are two players, a rare example of two players on the same team who have won LANs before. They had that experience in this stage, and I just really wanted to see them actually then be able to deliver. So to see them do it now is really satisfying.
And I mean, the whole arena just erupted right in that moment. I gotta relive it, but this time, let's do it with a listen in.
50, 30, 1 HP, 150 on him. The gingerbread.
My wall.
Coning.
My wall.
Cracked him.
Go.
Get body. Just play for body, play for body.
Got it.
So pop big. Give me mats and I'll lead. It might be a solo on height, by the way. We have height.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, we have height. Spray. Pop big, I'll spray. I'm
Check my scraps. Right now.
Mm-hmm. They're fine.
Top 3, top 2.
What, 2v2, we should drop down and get side pump. Drop down.
50 wide. Let's go!
The passion honestly, you won't see passion like that anywhere else. And it's just such a testament to how much Vico has improved. Because if you've watched Vico for a while, right? The old Vico before he started playing the pink, at some point during that end game, just would have just lost his head and just gone and tried to W key someone he shouldn't, overextended, completely lost the game, right? The new Vico, right? He knows when to pick his spots and he takes them perfectly.
And look at that right there, moving up 26 placements to now be in 7th place. That showcases that even though they may have had a rough 3 games, by grabbing a double-digit elimination victory royale, that gets you over 100 points, Zeke.
That's right, and I talked about it right before. 91 was the threshold yesterday, right? All you need to do is have one amazing game and your duo could fall or jump up from outside that top or bottom 25 rather for Pink and Vico. What a moment. But now we have to start thinking about this is it. We're getting ready to go into the final game on the day. The bottom 25 will be going home. As we turn attention to the bubble, take a look. Frosty, KZ, and Wei sitting on 84 points currently, and just start to look out at these names. In 30th place, Moneymaker and Fanyan. Anytime we've seen these guys on a screen, this arena has gone wild.
Oh yeah, and then deservedly so. What an incredible duo right here, and all they need is just a few more points. With this being the final game of the lower bracket, I don't think that they're going to be doing anything too crazy. I think they're just going to be going with what they know best.
The pressure truly is on right now. I wouldn't want to be them. Look, I love, you know, high stakes moments, but I love to watch them. These guys are in it. It's going to be tough.
I'm getting word. This is it. As much as I want to break down more, we are ready for the final game of the lower bracket. So Marina makes some noise as we go up to the casters.
This is the final countdown. It's almost like these are gladiators in the arena right now, putting on a show for us and everybody at home.
Yeah, that's right. And that last game really has crunched the standings here. It's going to be so difficult now to make it into the top 25. Here we go.
最終マッチ始まるの早くね。
This is it. The
最終マッチ始まるの早っ。でもなんだけど。いや、ここマジで初動勝たないとこれやばいぞ。あ、やばい。まずいまずいまずいまずい。ゆうまさんがやばい。ああ。ジャイモンさんは予選落ちですね。ゆうまさんとジャイモン予選落ちで。これは無理やな。どうあがいても突破できない。 ばいやばいやばい。おいやばいやばいやばいやばい。おるおるおる。わあ。結構現地に行ってる人いるんだ。ラルさん。小さないね。やばいやばいやばいやばい。突っ込んでくる。リコたちや。やばすぎやばすぎやばすぎ。リコたちやばいって。ビコダブル消してんのこれ。やばいやばいやばいやばい。ナイス。うわうわうわ。やばい SMG 持った。やばすぎやばすぎ。ツッコミ具合レベチ。うわ127って、いや突破できるでしょ。127あればさすがに。こんなボーダー上がる。リコたちやばくね。やばいほど突っ込んできてる。めっちゃ突っ込んできたけどね、あれゴリゴリゴリゴリ。いや、13位から21位まで落ちることあるか。下が上がってきたらやばいからな。 え、角度やば。13位から21位まで落ちることあんのかな。ないよな。強っ。まあ、みんなちょっとダブルキーし始めてない？ポイントがやばいってことで。ダブルキー入っているようなみんな。すわ、マジで辛いよ。オキスの視点が一番辛い一人っていう。つらい。いやー頑張れ、ここの電話も。だからみんな勘違いだし。みんな勘違いなんだけど。やばいやばいやばいやばい。ビッグオイル倒してる。ナイス。 ラルさんたちもダブル駅。うわ、キットチャージショットが持ってる。スペインさん、まあ今んとこ多分一番のがスペインさんとデイタさんかな。予選多分ほとんど突破確定してんのがシロンさんたちだと思うけど、一番予選突破近い人、選手は店員さんたちやな。ミキシーさんは多分仕方ね。ミキパパさんは今、さっきね、13位とかだった気がする。で、13位で落ちたから、ビコたちに W キーされてやられたから、多分だけど13位で127ポイントぐらいだっけ ?127 ポイントぐらいあったから、そっから21位まで下がることはないと思うけどな、さすがに。ルルさん通してる。チーム、多分シェロンさんたちは確定だと思うけど、前回のボーダーで行くんだったらね、まあまだ何があるか分かんないけど、でもシェロンさんたち落ちたから、W 駅に、このビコ。このビコに W 駅、ウィキシーさんはちょっと今ね、きついかな、ポイント的には。やっぱ言語の壁があるのか、難しそう。ビコの W 駅にね、やられた。だから、いるね。うわー、エイムさんやられた。うわ、ザジさんもやられた。うわ、終わった。終わった。エイムさんたちは終わったな。予選突破できなかった。だから残るのはもうステインさんたちか、ラルさんたちか、ウィキシーさん。ワンチャンビクロイすれば越せるから、ビクロイを願う。だけど多分ウィキシーさんとラルさんたちはビクロイしないと多分無理。正直。ステインさんたちは終盤一桁いけばいけるかな。エイムさんたちは終わりやんな。リード強すぎだな、マジで。呼ぶ。おー。3枠がいってほしいな。ね。まあだけど、イキシーさんたちが一番きついけどね。あと2枠だったら、いけるとしたらステインさんか、ラルさんかな。どっちもラルさんとイキシーさんが、すごいきついから、どうなるかわかんない。ロンムキパパ、ラクドックスペインリーグ。それはありそうだけど、どうかな。 この人もうやばかったら突っ込みそう。 SMG でさんは正直言語ね、あれな、言語のやっぱ携帯だわ。そりゃそうだ。Twitch で配信見るのマジラグいい。絶対動画はまだしも Twitch 画質も悪いし。きつそうやな。ラープジュース飲んでもういいや。とつれとつれとつれしかないやろ。もうマジやる。ワンボックス入る。ワンボックス石井さんから出さなとったけどどうだろうね。やばいやばいやばいやばい。あー危な危なって惜しい俺の言った通りや。どうすった。いやーエピックオイルたちも取ってほしいな。頑張れ。うわービキシさんやられた。まずい。いやステインさんたちならあるけどエピックオイルたちにも取ってほしい。このデュオブッシュがあんま良くない。落ちたな。ビコ落ちたんだけど。あービキシさんたち終わったな。デュオどっちも落ちた。いやサージがいいかなんか。エピックやる。うわきつ。いやこれやれればそいつやれればきた。ナイス。すげえ。クリックスが倒した瞬間めっちゃ盛り上がったんだけど。けどサージがやばいやばい。うわーきつい。あお取れた。ナイスナイスだね。ある蘇生してれば。やばいやばいやばい。いじめないで。どういった。いやーいいぞこれ。やばそうやばそうやばそうやばそう。怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。すごいすごいすごい。21HP で生きてる。頼む神が起きろ神が起きろ。なんか起きろなんか起きろなんか起きろ。いいこと起きろ。誰も持ってくんだ。生きてる生きてる生きてるぞ。 21HP で耐えろ。10位耐えろ10位。これがなんかブッシュ落っこってこい。それしか願うのならない。エビコイル取ってほしい。なんかブッシュ落ちてこい誰かの。25位以内入りたいな。せめて25位以内。ポイント。アンチ来た。アンチこっち寄りじゃない。後移動できるけど体力か。アーチもやばくない。あ80以上。なんとか大丈夫だが。頼め。ナイス10ポイント。はいはいはいはい。104ポイント。ボーダーまであと6じゃない7 8以上。うわ9だ9だけどサージもいいか。うわきつ。21やられた。今入ってるぞ。20以内。あそうだ24以内だ。頑張れ。狙うとこがない。ぜい。これやられたらきついぞ。紙移動しろ。お残る。おいバレんな。いいよいいよ。いざの前奇跡起きろ。あナイス。やばいなんか生きてる。ベイダーボット 店員さんたちとまたデータさんとしてる。何それ。あるあるあるある。ハイグラ高。フリックスがフリックス落ちたよな。リーダースさんたち取ったくね。アスティンさんやられた。どうなんだろう。リーダースさんは生きてんのかな。やばい。強っ。なんかさ、めっちゃラグい戦闘シーンだとちょっと俺も画質悪くなる。いや、ディーデスいや、これ微妙やな。フナジェンタン。あー。どうなんだろう。強っ。ワンベワン。うわ、緊張のワンベワン。さすがに上の人だな。はい、GG。サベージだ。ナイス。
Absolutely deserving, and you have to give him the crown. We'll be seeing them at the finals.
You can see the celebration, the loudness. Frankie on the stage. Let us know.
Vidil and Savage, not only did you just take the victory royale, you have also topped the leaderboard at the end of day 2. Congratulations, Vidil. I know you feel a bit on a high right now, but can you put this moment into words for me?
I don't know. It's just funny. I don't know. I just I don't know. Like, I don't know what the other people doing, but I guess it's worked. It worked, yeah.
You were winning. That's what you were doing, Savage. What was it like watching this man solo clutch?
I mean, I'm speechless. Like, this guy has to be the best player in the world after what I've just seen. Like, I just can't believe my own eyes.
There was a reason that you wanted to duo with him, but did you imagine this moment when you first reached out and said, let's duo?
I had no idea what I was getting into, but this kid.
It's okay, it's okay. We'll allow it this once. I want to come to you, Vidil. This is your 8th LAN, I believe, so you've got plenty of experience under your belt, but you have never lifted a trophy before. Can you imagine yourself now at the front of this stage lifting that trophy?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Easy.
And what does it look like to you? What was that feeling in your brain when you think about lifting that trophy?
Well, I don't know. Like, I would be so happy and like so proud of myself. And then, yeah.
And I want to come to you one last time, Mr. Savage, because there have been people in Copenhagen cheering for you all day. What would it be like to hear their voices tomorrow?
I mean, if we could do this tomorrow, that would be, I mean, that would be crazy. So, yeah, I'm gonna go back to the practice room now, focus on the day tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Copenhagen, please, one more time, Mr. Savage of a deal!
I mean, come on! How else do we want to close this lower bracket? From first place in the last chance major to first place in the lower bracket. This is a story in the making. Congratulations, Mr. Savage and Vidil. I know y'all heard the crowd erupt here in the Royal Arena. My gosh. To come down as well to a solo fight.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that time and time again, these guys have seen themselves in a solo situation. In game number 1, it was Mr. Savage. In game number 3, it was Vidil. But look at Vidil right here with so many eliminations already, and then going into a 5-1v1. He was prepped, he was ready. These guys have already shown they can do it, and then they did it once more.
So locked in, so focused, so ready for everything put in front of him. again, you mentioned it, right? All throughout the year, we constantly talk about these guys in solo situations. And this is what they do. They deliver. They have these big clutch moments. They like to leave it late, clearly, right? You know, last chance major winners now winning the lower bracket. Doesn't get quite better than that. Can they now win on Sunday as well?
Ooh, I mean, that's the question, right? But really, I just want to talk about how supportive they are of each other, how much they have each other's back. And look at that. First place coming out of the lower bracket with 249 points, but also Agers and Kanata coming in second. We all knew after Major 3 that this duo had it in them, but then they faced the impossible task in day one, going up against the likes of Malabuka and Thomas HD, but we all knew that they were capable of showing up.
100%. I think when you look at all of those teams that were there on that page, right? You know, a lot of these are names that we expected to make it through the lower bracket when given that opportunity, and they have not disappointed. Of course, the main man himself here walking up, soaking it all in. How can you not? He's had so many fans and supporters here today. Almost everybody you speak to, everybody you speak to says, yeah, I want to support Mr. Savage. I want to see him qualify. Looks like he's going to be playing.
Mr. Savage, I know you can hear me walking away right now. I want to make sure that you never do what you did on the stage again, and that's sell yourself short. I know he's like the dealing in the moment, but Mr. Savage as well put on a performance for us. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see. You know that they are feeling so good right now, and I think this momentum is going to carry them into the competition tomorrow.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We got to know the 25 players who has made it on to Global Championships Grand Finals. Here is a look at your list, and I would want to call out one duo in particular. Bottom left, second from the bottom, Rolls and Clown. These guys literally battled it out there in game number 5 of the day, and they literally found themselves in that top 25. They were outside, and in a single game, they said, Grands, we'll be there.
Unbelievable. Grolls and Clown are a duo that if you watch competitive Fortnite in the EU, their name you've been seeing about throughout the year, right? They're names who are in these lobbies and at any given moment can put on a performance like Grolls put on there. And boy, did it come at a good time, right? You know, I spoke to them before the competition started, and I actually asked them, between the two of you, who's the carry, right? Is it Clown, is it Grolls? Who would you say is the carry? And Grolls looked at me straight and said, look, I'm going to be the one that steps up, and here in that last game to clutch up, to send them through to the finals league, it was Grolls once again.
He played it so smart and so aggressively too, and obviously that just gave them the right amount of points that they needed, but also Stain and Datus just barely scraping by. We saw them have such hot and cold games throughout the day, but when it mattered most, they clutched up.
Such a good story, and of course, Danish fans rejoice. Steno and Lucy will be going on to grand finals as well. There is so much representation. There is so much on the line tomorrow. My goodness, my head is racing. Like, I'm just thinking of everything, all of the things. But what's important about today is for the 25 that did go through. Now you have to level set. You have to figure out what's the plan going into tomorrow. We know there's 25 duos there. What do we need to change up to prepare ourselves?
Well, I mean, the teams that have competed here today have either competed in day one or at least got the chance to see how the teams have competed. But that also works inversely, where the teams in day one now got to watch all the teams compete here today. So any kind of secret strats they potentially have is probably not going to be used anymore. They have to go to the drawing board, look at the VODs tonight, and you know a lot of these players are going to be studying up, because there is $1 million on the line tomorrow for that first place spot.
Yeah, 100%, man. Everyone's going to be scrambling tonight, figuring out. Let's establish now what the map's going to look like even, right? Because certain teams, right, are they going to switch up if they're going back to a spot that they were contested at? If you're Vico and Pink, do you now go back, keep going to your spot and try and deal with Akon and Cold? If you're Cammy and Seti, you're seeing Davis and Stain qualifying, you're going, oh my goodness, not these guys again, right? So, you know, again, you're going to have to spend the night really thinking about how tomorrow's lobby is going to play out for you.
So many things to break down. First, let's get a temperature check. We got to go back over to the Creator Lounge. We have the birthday girl herself standing by, Mama Benji Fishy.
Thank you so much, Zeke. You said it right there. The birthday girl herself, Mama Benji Fishy, the wonderful Mama Benji Fishy. Can we get a bit of a cheer for Mama Benji Fishy? It's her birthday, everyone.
Benji Momo.
It's all for you.
Benji Momo
Now, of course, this is a global competition. So many people know you from the Europe region. Tell us about yourself if people aren't aware.
Okay, so my name is Mama Benji Fishy. I mainly play competitive Fortnite. Obviously not at the level that is here, but that is my aim. That is what I'm aiming for. And my son Benji used to play with Mr. Savage.
Of course, you mentioned Mr. Savage right there. I mean, you know Mr. Savage well. How happy are you for him to come out on top today and, of course, get that the fifth game victory royale?
Oh my God, yeah, that is like birthday present I want. Actually, to go ahead then tomorrow and win the whole thing would be amazing. But yes, brilliant. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
I mean, overall, you've been watching from the stands. What's it been like to be here in person, watching the Fortnite event go down?
The atmosphere is amazing. I mean, all the crowds up here and everything. It's not the same as being at home or whatever. Just seeing the whole crowd and meeting the fans and everything and supporting the players and the parents is great.
That's what we love to see now. I'm going to come to you with a question. Do you have a prediction for an overall winner tomorrow? We're hyping things up tomorrow. Who do you think is going to take it all home?
I would love to say Mr. Savage and Vadil, but I don't know. There's so many good teams out there. Obviously Malabuka, Queasy, but then they're being contested, like Canada at Racetrack and things. So who knows?
Who knows indeed. So many questions to be answered, but thank you so much, Mama Benji, for the wonderful interview. We're going to go back to the desk, though, for some more content.
Absolutely. And again, happy birthday, Mama Benji. We love you. Thank you for stopping by. Man, oh man, tomorrow is going to be insane. I want to ask first, how did you guys find day number 2, the lower bracket?
I thought it was interesting. It was a little bit different than what we saw from day 1, which was to be expected. These strategies obviously have to be a little different for the 25 teams that failed to.
チャンネル登録とかよろしくお願いします。では、おやすみなさい。おつるたー。だね。